A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Now to continue with the aftermath of a happening which may eventually alter the unhappy trend of the life of Mary Sothern. The state police, in their raid on Stratford Springs Hotel gambling house, failed to catch one man in their net. Charles Cheney, the ringleader, escaped. Of those caught, all save one were taken to the state prison at Fulton. That one is at this moment in the local jail at Sanders. He is Max Sanders, Mary's husband and Cheney's partner, whom eccentric Sheriff Torrance Barstow is keeping under his questionably watchful eye. It is about 10 o'clock of the morning after the raid. Max is sitting in his cell. Sheriff Barstow approaches with a large tray, fairly groaning with food.
Well, Max. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Sheriff. Now, how come you let me sleep so late? Boy, this jail of yours hasn't any retinue. Oh, do I mean routine?
Oh, you know, I never like to disturb my late sleepers.
Huh?
A man can't do much in a jail but rest, so I let my prisoners have all they want. You're my only prisoner right now. Business is bad. I had lots of hopes with the gambling house, but darn it, they had to go and raid that. How about some breakfast?
Yeah, boy, oh boy. Ham and eggs, French fries, and coffee. Come on in, quick. Get in here with it, will you?
My hand is pretty full. How about opening your cell for me?
Oh, sure. Now, I can reach through the lattices. Now, where's your keys, huh?
My keys is in the office somewhere.
In the office? Well, how the devil do you expect me to open this cell? Keys in the office.
Twist the handle. It ain't locked.
What? It ain't locked? You mean I've been here all night in this jail and I could have waltzed out?
Oh, now, you wouldn't go and do such a thing like that to me now, would you, Max?
Huh? Well, why, no, Torrance, of course not. But there might be a couple of guys in this world who would have took advantage of it, you know.
Well, open her up, will you?
Yeah, sure. There we are.
That'll do.
Oh, boy. Hey, there's 2 orders of everything. I ain't got a cellmate, or have I?
Well, I thought I'd set meat with you, Max, if you don't mind.
Hey, listen, Torrance, I think I'm going to be nuts about this jail. How much is it by the week, huh?
Well, I do try to make the boys feel at home.
That's nice.
Let's work on these here victuals. What say?
And, boy, you ain't kidding me, Rick. How's the coffee situation, huh?
Pot full of piping hot. Here.
Good.
Yeah, you know, I think jails is too much like jails. That's the reason I hated to see them other fellas carried off to Fulton. Ain't nothing homelike about the accommodations over there.
No, that's right.
How you like them pink curtains? Ain't they pretty? Mrs. Felsenheimer handmade them.
Yeah, they're all right. Say, listen, Torrance. I want to know how come they didn't take me over to Fulton with the rest of the gang, huh?
Except it's better for you being here. I kind of wish they had took you there, Max. It was awful embarrassing for me to put you up here, and I'm hoping you ain't holding it against me.
Now, look here, you didn't answer my question. How come the other boys go to the big house and I stay here?
Because Reverend Blaine fixed that up for you.
Oh, he did, huh?
Well, I never heard what he was saying to him, but I seen the Reverend talking to the captain and the state troopers, and then the captain come over to me and says, Sheriff Barstow? I says, that's my name, that's my job.
Mm-hmm.
And the captain says, I'm leaving this feller Sanders in your custody. And I says...
the dominant done this to me.
And I says, Captain, Max Sanders is my friend, and it'll be embarrassing for me to put him in jail.
I never figured the Rev for a double crosser.
But I says, I reckon we're kind of even on the embarrassing stuff, Captain. And he says, what do you mean, sir?
I told the dominie to keep out of my business.
And I says to the captain, I bet you're embarrassed for letting Cheney get away. Weren't he the main one you come for? You ought to see the look on his face.
Now, listen, Torrance, I got to get out of here.
What's that? No, Max, no violence. You promise.
I got to get out of here quick.
Well, I'm for you on that, Max, but...
Now, I want you to take me over to Fulton, to the big house. Stick me in with the rest of the boat.
But, Max, my order is...
And I'm telling you to take me to the big house. I earned my ticket there the same as the rest of them. I want what's coming to me.
Well, Can you imagine that? Here I'm thinking what a fine fellow the Reverend was for fixing it so you can stay in your own hometown jail, and you want to... don't you like it here, Mac?
Now, come on, Sheriff. Come on. We haven't got any time to lose. She'll be here any minute.
She? What's she?
Never mind now. Come on, quick, will you? Let's get started.
Wait. Somebody's coming in.
Come on. Quit stalling, Torrance, will you? I got to get out of here before... never mind. It's too late now.
Huh? Oh.
Yes, I hear Mr. and Miss Daddy could come stay with the baby. Oh, good morning, Sheriff Bosco.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Good morning. I reckon he wasn't expecting to see me in, too, huh? That is what I mean is, I reckon I'll be going along, Max. Thanks for the victuals. I'll be seeing you later.
Okay. Stop in any time, Sheriff. I'm always home.
Well, I guess you and Mary want to be alone.
Shut the gate, Torrance.
Yeah. All right. Nice to have seen you, Mary.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Well?
I'm sorry, Nick.
You don't have to be. I got what's coming to me.
I didn't want that raid to happen. For one reason. And only one reason. I was afraid there might be serious trouble and that you'd be hurt. That's why I warned you that it was going to happen. Mr. Chaney wasn't warned. He escaped. Why didn't you?
Spare you the shame of having your husband slapped in the local clink. Well, you can congratulate the Reverend Blaine for your shame, Toots. If he hadn't stuck his nose into my business like you and everybody else has done for too darn long, I'd be sitting in the big house at Fulton with the rest of my associates. And out of the local folk.
No, Max, I didn't mean that at all. I mean there was a reason why you deliberately stayed and got caught. Just as there's a reason why you've done all the things that have led up to this point.
Well, I got caught because I didn't run. I didn't run because I stuck around to see that cute kid Danny didn't get paid off for a range in the pocket. I did that because he's Phyllis's husband. Phyllis is my sister. I can't guarantee that he won't get a dose of lead now. Chaney's loose, and Danny didn't make him a very happy man, you know.
Max, I'm your wife. I'm entitled to the truth. I can't go any longer without it. You put the truth in that letter you want me to read after you're dead. I had Reverend Blaine read it, but he's keeping the truth secret from me for some reason, and yet he says I must continue to have faith in you.
It's his job to save sinners. He's got no right to pass the buck to you.
Max, at times I've been a nagging wife, I'm sure, but I'm not nagging now. I'm a woman begging for a life. The life she built around a man to whom she gave all the love a woman could possibly give a man. And then watched him put it down in the mud and step on it. If there's any good reason why you've done that, Max, and why I should still have faith in you, that reason belongs to me.
I guess you'd better run along now, Toots.
You're not going to tell me?
Didn't I just say you better go?
But you do have a reason for all this.
Okay, I've got a reason. If I've got it, it's mine. If it's mine, it don't belong to you.
It belongs to me because I've suffered.
I said that it's my reason. Now, let's leave it at that.
But me...
I said leave it at that. Leave me and all my business alone from now on. You and Reverend Blaine, John, Danny, and Daddy, and everybody. Hands off. Because you didn't hands off, like I told you to before, you're all going to have to watch out for something.
What do you mean?
You're going to have to watch out for Chaney. He's running around loose with a grudge against everybody in Sanders for that raid. He'll turn the heat on anybody he thinks was mixed up in it. That means you, Mary.
Oh.
And wherever he is, he's laying low until things quiet down, and he'll slip back to pay off debts. And don't be fooled by that stunt that he pulled flying to Chicago to get that serum for Phyllis. He's an 18-carat double tough. Now beat it with him. Watch out for Chaney.
Max, you still won't tell me the reason.
Now, go on.
Very well.
Bye, Mary.
Well, Mary, you didn't stay long. How about some coffee?
Oh, thanks, Sheriff. I must be going.
Ain't you even going to stay for a little chat? I got an idea how we can catch Chaney. You want to listen?
Not today, Sheriff. Goodbye.
Well, can you imagine that?
Oh, pardon me, Mary.
Mr. Chaney. What do you want?
Well, Mary, I'd like a few words with you, if you don't mind. Just follow me.
Well, it looks like Cheney didn't wait for things to blow over before coming back. Why should he single out Mary for his first victim? Why not Danny or Dr. John? He has more reason to suspect them of being directly the cause of the raid.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's is a story that's happening because a very long time ago I found myself in the sub-basement of a huge department store, a strange subterranean world of half-lights and half-darknesses. So, to you who thrill to whatever might be beneath the earth, I bring you a tale of sub-basement. After a brief word from Ironized Yeast, Frank Martin.
Do you feel droopy these days? Tired out oftener than you ought to be? Losing too much weight, perhaps? Well, if, as may be true of many people nowadays, you simply aren't getting enough vitamin B1 and iron from your food, if that's what's to blame, cheer up. Because ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances in easy-to-take tablet form at a cost of but a few pennies a day. Men and women by the scores and hundreds who used to suffer from these deficiencies now thank the two-way help of ironized yeast tablets for glorious pep and strength and needed pounds regained. They tell how today they can really enjoy life again. That's right. They're thanking ironized yeast tablets. And now, lights out, everybody.
But of course I can run an elevator.
I was just asking.
And I told you. Well, here we are. All right. All right, are you getting out?
I suppose so.
Suppose so. For 10 years, that's all I've heard. Where do you work? What do you do? Why don't you let me see
Don't
it?
get angry.
Oh, I'm not angry. I'm just telling you. Come on, this way.
Such a big basement.
You don't know the half of it. It's like a whole city down here.
A person goes to a department store and doesn't know all this is underneath.
Say that again.
And you're in charge of everything down here?
That's another fact. Here. Look at these.
What are they? Furnaces?
Oil burning. Heats and air conditions the whole building up above. 20 stories.
Well, where is everybody?
Nothing but a watchman at this hour of the night. Everything's shut down.
Help!
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
What did you do that for?
Oh, I just wanted to hear my voice. It's like a big cave down here, isn't
Yelling
it?
out like that. Won't you ever grow up?
Don't be angry on me.
All right, come on.
Yes, honey.
Come on, in here.
Another elevator?
Well, you want to see everything, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Down? Some more?
Yeah. All right.
Another basement.
Yeah. Go ahead. Plenty of light to see behind.
What's down here?
Come on over here. I'll show you. There, in the wall.
Is it a tunnel?
That's what it is.
But a tunnel down here?
See those tracks?
Yes. Where do they go?
How do you think all the merchandise is brought to all the stores here in the business section? Tunnel system, that's how. Right under the city streets.
I had no idea.
Mighty few people have. Trains run on those tracks, bring the stuff right in.
Trains? Oh, Arnie.
You think all I've got to do is make jokes? You think the only kind of a train's a big one?
Well, I just don't know.
These are little ones. They run on electric batteries, just like they have down in the mines. Come on, I'll show you.
Where?
In the tunnel.
But it's so dark.
There are lights every little ways. Come on.
I don't think so.
What's the matter with you?
I'm afraid.
Oh, for John's sake. For years you pestered me to see... You come along, Emma, you understand?
All right. Arnie, this is far enough.
Oh, for John's sake. What's the matter with you now?
I don't know.
Come on, there's one of the little engines parked down at the end of the tunnel. You might as well see it. Well, keep walking.
I think I'd like
down
to go...
this way. You'll see the train.
Yes, but Arnie, the lights... Arnie, where are you?
Right here.
What's the matter?
Matter?
Oh, why are you standing so close to me?
I'm your husband.
Oh, Arnie, don't be silly.
Irma, I'm going to tell you something.
Arnie, what's the matter with you?
Listen to me for the last time.
Last time? Arnie, what's the matter with you?
Do you know that you can't get out of here?
What?
You can't get out of here.
Arnie, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, Arnie. You haven't made a joke like that in years. The last time you tried to scare me was right after we were married, remember? With that fur piece you made off was a dead animal that had gotten in the bedroom. You remember?
I remember. Come along further, Irma.
Oh, sure. As long as I know what you're up to, I don't mind. How far are we going?
A long way.
All right, Arnie. Anything you say.
Don't I know it? All right.
All right? What?
This is as far as we're going.
Oh. I feel funny. I've never been under the ground so far in so long. It was very nice of you, Arnie, to take me down here. So interesting. Very nice of you. Arnie, why don't you say something? Arnie, is something the matter? Arnie, really, you can't frighten me. Not now, you know. Arnie, are we waiting for someone? If we are, I think I hear him.
Hear him?
Well, yes, don't you?
No.
But I heard someone.
I tell you, there's no one down here.
All right. All right, if you say so, Arnie.
If I say so, if I say so, if I say so. Can't you say something else but that even now?
Now?
Yes. Irma, I'm going...
There, I heard it again.
What?
Are there trains running this late at night?
Trains?
If it's a train, we ought to get out of here. Tunnel's so narrow, Arnie, please.
Shut up. Let me listen.
Hear it?
Will you shut up? Who's there? Who's there?
Isn't there supposed to be anyone?
Oh, of course not. I saw to it. Is that you? Is that you, Tom?
Who's Tom?
Tom, are you down here?
One of the watchmen?
I told him I'd pull these boxes tonight. I told him. Tom! Hey, Tom!
What's wrong?
Tom, what's the matter with you? Come on out here. Do you hear me? Come out right away or I'm firing you. Tom!
Is he playing jokes, too?
That fool, I'll break his neck. Get my hands on that.
No, Arnie, don't leave me. Arnie, where did you go? Arnie, it's so dark, the tunnel. Arnie, where are you? Arnold, was that you? Arnold, it is you. Did you cry out? What?
Stay back.
You... That man.
From what's left of his face, I think it's Tom.
What? What happened? The train ran over him? Arnold, answer me, was it?
Train? No. Something's torn out his throat. Come on. Gotta get out of here.
Oh, yes.
Something down here.
Honey, wait, I can't go so fast.
Police, I'll get the police.
Please, honey, wait for me. Honey, what's the matter? Honey, why are you just standing there? Why don't you open the door?
Door wasn't closed before.
Well, open it.
It won't open. It won't open!
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of turning away from this strange story of sub-basement. Yes, and in this moment of turning away from adventure, let's go to an entirely different scene. An office busy with the pressure of wartime work.
Sure, I'd like to put in more overtime and make more money the same as the other fellows. I should be able to do it, but it's all I can do to keep working 8 hours a day. Often at night I feel too tired to enjoy my food. I'm jittery, I can't relax, losing sleep, losing weight. How it's going to end up, I don't know.
Well, if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, try ironized yeast tablets. They supply both vital substances.
But what makes them so vital?
Why, when you don't get enough vitamin B1 from the food you eat, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need, lose weight, lose pep and energy. And without enough iron, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both of them?
You bet they do. It's this two-way help that's been of such benefit to any number of people with these deficiencies. So if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Then see if pretty soon you don't say,
"Oh, it's sure great to feel like myself again. That fagged-out feeling is gone. I eat and sleep as I should once more. I'm sure glad I took ironized yeast."
And now back to our lights-out story of sub-basement. A man and his wife are far beneath the city streets in the tunnel leading to the sub-basement of a large department store.
All right. We'll be there in a minute.
But are you sure?
I tell you, it's an emergency exit. It's always kept open.
Why was that door like
Stop asking me that. I don't know.
And that watchman?
Stop talking, will you? I don't know anything.
Honey, why did you stop talking? And why stop? You said the emergency exit.
That's it.
What?
Behind those timbers. It's blocked off. You understand? It's blocked off.
Oh, well, what do we do? We can't just stand here. Arnold, that man was killed. There's someone down here. I'm afraid. Oh, Arnold, get me out of here.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta think.
Think?
Oh, whoever killed Tom, not down here necessarily.
You don't think so?
Well, why should he be? Nothing to steal down here. Tom was always borrowing money from people. Somebody he didn't pay back. Yeah, that's it.
But the doors were...
Well, he got out and closed the doors. What of it? We can get out. Come on.
Where?
I told you these tunnels lead to the buildings all over the business section. Follow the tunnel to the next sub-basement, to the next building. We'll get out, that's all.
Honey, don't get too far ahead of me this time.
Well, just walk fast, will you?
Yes. Oh, honey, I look forward so very much to tonight. It had been so long since you'd even thought about me. I knew that. And tonight, when you called me up and told me to meet you here, and then when you started to play those crazy, scary jokes before, even then
Irma, you see it too?
Is it after us?
Don't talk, run.
Oh, my side, it's hurting.
Well, that's too bad.
Honey, don't leave me behind. Honey, I can't run any fast. Honey, wait.
Oh.
Honey. Honey, what? Oh, honey. Oh, I'm killing. Honey, what? Your leg.
Broken.
Oh, honey, come on.
Can't.
Hold on to me. We'll manage.
No,
But you can't lie here, that thing.
It's coming.
I don't know. I can't see it.
I was running. A rock under my foot.
Arnold, over here, a pile of boxes.
What?
Hide behind them. If I help you, could you go over
Yes,
there?
Hyde. Give me your arm.
Yes, I will.
Oh,
Come on, dear.
careful.
Hold on to me. If you hold my arm tight. Come.
Get over there.
Come on. I'll help you.
Take it easy,
That's
will
it.
you?
That's it. We're getting there.
Hurts.
Back here. There.
Oh. Now help me down.
Yes.
Easy.
Here you are. Oh, honey. There. Oh. Oh. We'll be all right. Oh.
Can you see it?
No. No, it's gone.
Oh.
Just don't think about it, honey.
What was it? Irma, do you hear me? What was it? Well, you went to school. You studied things like that. That thing. What was it? Irma, didn't you hear me?
Yes. I heard you.
Well, what was it? What was it? Was it a lizard? Yes. Some kind of a lizard. That's it. It was a lizard.
Some kind of a lizard.
Why do you say it that way?
I saw it good, Arnie.
Well?
In school. One of the books, there was an animal like that.
How did it get down here? A lizard that big?
Oh, no, you don't understand. Geology book. The thing wasn't a lizard exactly.
Huh?
It was a dinosaur.
Are you crazy?
No. I'm telling you what I saw. It sort of sat up on its hind feet. Just like the picture in the book.
What are you trying to do? Make me crazy, too? Why, those things died millions of years ago.
Arnie, look.
Huh?
Way down the tunnel. By the light. It is a dinosaur.
Don't move.
Arnie, it is a dinosaur. Has it gone away?
I don't know.
It's been so long.
Well, just don't move.
It just looked at us.
Yeah.
Why doesn't it come after us? Why?
Huh? Maybe it didn't see us.
What?
Oh, it was like something that had been in the dark for a long, long time.
Yes. Oh.
Don't move around.
Oh, there's a little room back here.
Oh, would you rather go out there?
Oh, don't be angry with me, Ernie.
Angry? Why should I be angry? Irma, you went to school. You studied those things. You called it a
dinosaur.
Yeah. All these hours I've been thinking, how could a thing like that, which was supposed to have passed out of the world so many years ago, how could it be alive now?
I don't know.
Irma, listen, I know. This tunnel under the business district, they were putting on an extension, blasting in the rock. Maybe that thing came out from inside the earth.
Maybe.
You're not frightened, are you?
No,
Why not?
because I'm with you.
If it came back, what could I do for you?
It's just being with you.
Yeah.
I keep thinking,
What?
that poor watchman.
Yeah, it'll really be something when it's morning and everyone finds out about it.
What do you think they'll do?
They'll hunt it down. The police will get it soon enough.
Arnold.
Yeah?
Arnold, what if it won't be here then?
Huh?
It's been hours since we last saw it standing down there. What if it's gone back where it came from?
It's all right with me.
But what if they're not...
They'll hunt it down. They'll find it.
Arnold, what's
It's
that?
all right. Everything's all right.
But what was...
6 o'clock. That was the bell back in the basement. The day engineer turned off one of the sprinkler alarms.
Oh. Oh, Arnie. Come on. Come on, I'll help you.
Oh, wait.
But you said
Wait.
there was...
Look. Over there. Back. It's back.
Help! Help!
Don't. Blast you. He's looking right at us. Well, they didn't hear us, but it did. It's starting this way.
Oh.
My leg.
Arnie.
Oh, how slowly it's moving. As if it can hardly see. That's it, Irma, that's it.
What?
It's blind. That thing's blind. It's lived under the earth so long it can't see.
But it's still coming this way. Oh, Arnie, come on.
I can't.
Hold on to me.
Let me alone. Go ahead.
No, try. I'll carry you.
Crazy, you can't carry
I
me.
will.
Go ahead, Irma. Go ahead. I tell you.
won't
Go
go.
on. Don't stay here. I tell you, go on.
Arnie, please listen to
Why
me.
should you stay here with me? I wanted to kill you tonight. You hear me? I brought you down here to kill you.
Oh, Arnie, no, you're only saying
You, I'm
that.
telling you the truth. I brought you down here to kill you.
No, Arnie, I'll stay with you.
Listen to me. I brought you down here to kill you. Now, that's the truth. Look at me and believe it because it's the truth.
That's why you're...
That's why I suddenly got so wonderful. I was sick and tired of you. I was sick and tired of living. So I brought you down here to kill you and then kill myself.
Arnie.
Look at it out there. It's feeling its way along. Well, he'll take care of me, but you've got to get out of here, Irma.
No.
You've got to get out. I deserve to die, but Irma, not you. You're so blasted good. I guess that's why I got tired of you, but that's no reason for you to die. Irma, stop looking at me like that. You've got to get out. Run straight down the tunnel. Keep running and you'll get away. Irma, just don't look at me. Get going.
No, Arnold.
Oh, why don't you say what you've always said to me all these years? Just as you say, Arnie, just as you say. Oh, Irma, will you get out of here?
How slowly it moves.
Irma.
It is blind.
Blast you. Look, will you listen to me? Will you go? You've got to go or they'll think I've killed you.
No, they won't. They
yes,
won't.
Yes, they will. I left a note back home for the police. I told them I had killed you. If that thing kills you and me, they'll still think I was the one who did it. Now, do you want me to be a murderer? Do you want that?
You left a note?
Yes. Don't you remember I turned back after you went out the door on the dining room table? Irma, get out of here and get that note. Don't make them think I killed you, and I didn't, and I don't want to. You're such a good... You're too good for me, and I was tired and I was crazy. Don't make me a murderer, Irma.
Arnie. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Yes, Irma. Yes, hurry. Run fast. Straight ahead. He won't get you, I promise.
Arnie.
Go. All right. You blind thing, you. Here I am. Yeah, here I am. Here. I'm not scared. Come and get me.
All right, Mr. Oboler. You'll never get me down in my sub-basement again.
On the contrary, Frank, I should imagine tonight's story would make you extremely curious about subterranean matters. Remember at the very start of the play I said something about the play happening because of something that had happened to me a very, very long time ago?
Yes, of course I do.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Frank, it happened when I was just a child. My going down into that sub-basement and the memory of it stayed with me all these years. It's those deep impressions we get as children which are truly wonderful. For a child sees with young, untired eyes and thinks with a young, untired mind. A child is constantly seeing the wonder of the world, the sweet water falling out of the heavens, people's faces, no one of them exactly alike, and green things growing out of the earth with colors hanging over them, and the wonder of things being born out of nothingness, and the equal wonder of sleep and awakening and dying. These are the things which our older, tired mind, well, the eyes forget to see and the tired head forgets to think and marvel at.
Now, have you anything to tell us so we can anticipate next week's play, Mr. Oboler?
Yes, I think I can say without qualification that it's a play close to the thoughts of everyone listening in. But first, a word from you, Frank.
Friends, would you give a few pennies a day to regain your old-time pep and sparkle? Regain the pounds you need to feel and look like your old-time self? Then if, as with many others, vitamin B1 and iron shortage is all that's wrong, get ironized yeast tablets. Now, a run-down condition may stem from other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you're simply short vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast tablets supply both vital substances. They cost but a few pennies a day, and you don't risk even those few pennies. For if you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what about next week, Mr. Oboler?
Well, Frank, to live forever. To live forever. Which one among us has not thought of that? To live forever. Through these years and the next, and all through space and all through time. That's what our play is about next week, and its title, The Immortal Gentleman. But that, as usual, is next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, The Immortal Gentleman. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Ladies, if some of last night's dancing partners danced more on than off of your white shoes, forgive them, of course. Then get a bottle of the shoe white that does more than just whiten the surface. Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White cleans as well as whitens. and it conditions the surface. So it goes on your shoes quickly and easily, makes them a smooth, all-over white. Ask for Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Creaking Door.
Imagine an island set in a sea that shines like molten lead. An island of palms and glorious sunsets. But here there are no lovely girls relaxing on the fine beaches or fine yachts at anchor. Here are ragged scarecrows of men in filthy prison garb, and guards who stand in high towers above the prisoners, for this is the old penal settlement of Devil's Island.
Come on, medical please, my pretty scarecrows, on your feet for inspection.
All present, sir.
You have time for the two new men.
I have, Governor. Chabrier, the Leon Strangler, and the French chap, English or American, I don't know which.
He is a murderer.
Oh, yes, sir. Killed his girl, he did. He is here for life.
Very well. Feed them the rest and see that all of them are locked up until well after the execution. It upsets the dogs.
Yes, sir. As you say.
Get your plates for food, my pretty pets. You get fed early today, don't forget.
You are new here,
Yeah, I'm new, all right.
My name is Martin, Jules Martin. I will always go for a little tobacco or a can of wine, even if it is made worth my while. You have money, no?
Not a sir, you can save your time.
Oh, well, I give you some free advice. Get a tin plate from the pile and join the mob by the cookhouse. You'll be hungry for a while today.
Why, what's so special about today?
A little amusement? An execution? Yes, they deliver a man to Madame la Guillotine.
What did he do?
He killed a warder for a tin of meat. You must be here longer before you understand how such things can happen. Here, take a plate and follow me.
They don't have executions in public, surely.
No, no longer.
Silence! Study gather you two. Present your plates smartly. Now, face the camp. Hurry, you! Do as you're told.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, you soon learn now, is my fine assassin. Turn around as you're told. And you turn around.
Turn around, my friend. The executioner is about to go by here. He is a convict, you understand? A volunteer.
You mean one of us?
Oui, but he's the most hated man on the island, so we cannot see his face. But, my friend, sooner or later someone catches a glimpse of him and he dies.
I can see I'm going to like this place. You meet such interesting people.
Yes, now let us eat our food. He has gone past. Let us sit upon the sand and talk of crime and hatred. After a short while here, that is all that is left to you.
Hello, my fellow traveler.
Hello, Chabrier. How are you, my friend?
All I can say for this place, Nick, is that it is more better than the ship. Who's your friend?
His name's Martin.
It gives me much pleasure to meet the great Chabrier. Even here we have heard of your famous exploit.
Listen to me, you worm, you cockroach. Nick here is my friend. We met on the ship. Look after him, or... Understand?
Oui, it is my pleasure to serve the more important gentlemen who come here.
I know your type, Hyde. Perhaps I have need of your services.
Is it true that you strangled that man in Lyon?
Huh? Because you do not know me, I will forgive the question just once. Try into my affair again, and I will break your rotten neck. Tell me, do you know a man named Buisson?
Buisson? Don't tell me he's a friend of you?
We spent a season together in jail in Paris. We robbed a bank or two. You know him?
But, that it should be me, the poorest and most miserable of all of us, to tell you this. Today is to be executed.
You lie!
I only wish it was so.
Then I shall need your services earlier than I thought. Martin, get me a decent knife, a good, sharp knife.
Nick, are you awake?
Sure. How could I sleep with the mosquitoes biting like sharks?
What are you thinking of?
Of a girl.
A real girl, my friend. Or an illusion.
She was real. Now she's a memory. They say I killed her.
Oh, do not tell me you are innocent. We are all innocent. Look, Nick, my friend, you're a pretty tough guy, aren't you?
Not in your class, I'm afraid.
Nick, you look pretty tough to me. I watched you coming over on the penal ship. You got it. The thing I look for in my associates.
What do you look for, Chabrier?
I look for the iron in a soul, the pain in a man's eyes, and if it has not broken him like a rotten branch, then he is a man I can use.
A man you can use?
Yes, my little one. Tell me, would you like to get away from here?
It's impossible. Everybody says that.
Is it? To Chabrier, nothing is impossible. There is one small thing I must do first. Kill the man who killed my friend, Buisson.
Buisson was killed by legal process. He was killed by the machine of the law.
To me, the executioner is the vilest thing alive. Any man who is one of us, who lives by this code and shares the poor bread and the rotten water, any man of that kind who can bring more horror to one of us must pay.
But Chabrier, you killed. You took a man's life.
Oh, I killed, yes, but I can understand a murderer. An executioner is something else again, little one. Tell me, how did you kill this girl of yours, the one you dream of at night?
They say I killed her with a knife, that I stabbed her to death. But I didn't.
Of course you did.
It was someone else.
How clumsy the police are.
I don't care what you say. I had nothing to do with it. Nothing to hear you.
I hear what you say.
She was beautiful.
They are all beautiful, my friend.
Her name was Michelle Darvell. She was a blonde. A real blonde. She loved dancing, fun, swimming and yachting.
Did you sail a boat at all?
Yeah. I always loved sailing.
Soon, my little one, we will go sailing together, you and me. Oh, I am not beautiful, Nick, but I have something to offer you. Freedom.
Where is the boat we will sail?
Oh, leave all that to me. You see, I need two things only from life, freedom and revenge. Two beautiful emotions, do you understand me? Freedom and revenge, and these alone.
Thank you. Gentlemen, as you well know, we are all prisoners together on our beautiful island. It is perfectly true that I am rather better housed and dressed and fed. But like your good selves, I cannot come and go as I will. Duty is my master, just as I am your master. I do not want you to forget these circumstances, gentlemen. In fact, I wish to remind you especially that you will be extremely sorry if you do. When you take life, your life must be taken. And so, now be careful, my brothers in exile. For if any harm should befall the man who carries out this so necessary function for the homeland, I will make sure that you wish every night and all day that you were safely and thoroughly dead. I think you understand me, gentlemen. Dismiss.
Chabrier, when do we bust out of here? Look at the men move around. See, my friend, it might be any one of them. Is it the man with the big brimmed straw hat broken in the crown? Or is it the man with the red-striped overalls? Or maybe the man with the look of a skeleton in his face? Might it not be he?
Chabrier, forget the vengeance.
You must let me enjoy my little idiosyncrasies. Buisson was killed the other day, legally. But he wanders here, you see. He wanders until he is avenged on the dirty cockroach who did the work for them. Then and only then he can rest. Otherwise he wanders and cries in the night like a frog or an insect. Except he has no head. Understand me? He has no head on his shoulders. The yacht is easy. We steal that from His Excellency, and good luck to him. When we hit the coast, we burn the boat, then into the jungle.
And that's the hard part.
You're right, my little one. It is all leeches and insects, and 400 miles across the isthmus. Most of them never make it.
You describe things so nicely.
Then the informers, men like that foul little beast Martin, men like the other one, the one with no desire but to serve his masters and to make ghosts of his friends, the man I have sworn to kill.
Do you believe it, Chabrier? That the dead walk? Answer me.
You will be answered. Never mind.
I don't believe it. They don't come back. They can't.
You keep remembering her, don't you? The girl you didn't kill. Where was it? Huh? Somewhere pretty plush for you to be mixed up in. Nice, Cannes, Monaco?
It was Mentone. She was a good kid. We took the casino for plenty. She went ahead with the money. I went to the bar. Then I joined her. Except she wasn't there. That was the show, the case, the empty, useless, lifeless body.
Is this true? Do you really mean it?
Of course I mean it.
I wish you had never told me.
Why? What's the difference?
Boy, how can I trust you now? How can I trust an innocent man? Perhaps we can fix this good. I do not know, but maybe it can be fixed.
Tell me how.
If you do my job for me, if you do that I have spoken of, the thing that must be done.
Do you know the man?
Yes, I know him good.
Hello, Chabrier.
So you am always Mr. Chabrier.
I got what you needed. I got what you asked me for. The knife.
Bless my little Martin. How much do I owe?
The price is my freedom.
Do not be a fool. You could not walk 400 miles through a jungle. Have you taken leave of your senses?
That you must judge for yourself.
I have judged that you are out of your mind, my friend.
Perhaps His Excellency, the governor, will not think so.
Do not threaten me, you little fool.
I mean nothing.
For one who means so little, you talk.
You didn't have to kill him.
I know of you only one thing now, Nick, and that is that I cannot trust you. You must be quiet and gentle, or you may go the same way, my innocent friend.
Your threats don't impress me, Chabrier. You know I'd never give you away.
The only sin is betrayal of the ones who trust you, alive or dead.
And I must kill to be accepted?
You must kill to rid yourself of your illusions. You think the world is fair and decent and kindly. But what is the truth? I am here for a crime I committed. You are suffering for the sins of another man.
So must I suffer more for my innocence?
We suffer the same. The sun is no less hot because you are innocent. The nights are no more fevered because I am guilty. Buisson killed because he was starving, and I killed because my soul had no true home.
And I, too, must kill.
You must kill as a girl runs to her first lover because you have already been betrayed, and you must betray in turn.
We have no choice, have we? Martin is dead.
You have no choice.
And who is the man, Brother Chabrier? Who must I destroy to serve my apprenticeship at your trade?
He is a thin kind of a man. He has spectacles that ride like a crazy loop of wire on a beaky nose. He is a sniveling thing that reads too many books and walks with a bent back like a crippled crab that must go the way the sea drives it.
I know him. A beanpole of a man. He's got a kind-looking face, and his eyes are sort of blue and glazed.
That's the lad. That is the lost man who made a bargain to turn off Buisson yesterday. And who tomorrow, my friend? Who tomorrow?
It will not be us, I'd say. Well, we'll be off before the dawn.
Yes, if you play your part like a man and don't weep and weaken like a female louse.
This is the only price you will accept?
Yes. I want his life.
And I can strike no more bargains. Chabrier, I didn't kill her. The last time I saw her eyes were soft with love and her lips were parted and laughing. I didn't kill her, my friend.
I realized that long ago. But my last victim died with his teeth clenched on a curse and his eyes. How can I trust you? Don't you see it now?
When do we leave?
At 11:10 tonight as the tide swings, and nothing will stop us, my innocent friend. Nothing.
You keep going, Chabrier. You're right. I'm not half as much a man. I'm finished.
Ever since leaving the boat, you've been like a girl. We sailed brave enough against the storm, did we not?
Yeah, we sailed her well.
And they'll think us dead. That is why I left her floating.
You've a fast brain, quick as a good punch.
Yes, I think fast enough. But keep after me. We are one now.
Yeah. Both blood guilty, Chabrier.
That is true, every word of it.
And tell me this. Suppose I fooled you. Suppose I'd not killed my man at all. Suppose he was still in his hut reading those soppy poems of his belly soothed by the extra food they give the executioner, and his blood warmed by a spot of His Excellency's rum.
I'd know, my friend, I would know. You would never fool me so easily.
You think not?
I know what I know. And I know it's because I've seen the place where Buisson slept. And he is at peace. You have bought his peace. Yet I never told you the rest of the bargain.
Then tell me the worst there is.
You cannot live. You have killed the unservant of death, my friend, and you are doomed.
I will show you if I live or not, my superstitious friend.
Yes, you carry your destiny with you like an extra shadow that strides before you in the sun. Come on, let's march. Come here, my friend, and see if what I believe is true.
What is it now?
A snake bit me. Good or bad, malignant or benign, full of poison or full of blessing, but I feel faint.
Man, don't leave me here. Chabrier, don't die. You can't, you mustn't die.
I have no choice, my friend. Nick, I am very proud of you. I'm sad for myself, but proud for you. There's less than 50 miles. Now, keep the compass bearing I showed you yesterday.
Yeah.
Then you'll make it home. I'd like to have made it with you, but a man's fate is written on his palm and his forehead. There is no appeal. I was a murderer and shaped crooked. And you were made an unfortunate and cast into a mold you never dreamed of. But Nick, my old friend, you will never dream that you have received full justice. Nick, give Franz my love. Another 50 yards. And another. And another. There's a break there. In the high grass. Surely it must be the last glade. The end of the forest. There are huts. See? Huts. Hi. Hi there. Hi!
Good afternoon, sir. I believe we have met before.
You? How did you get here?
But where else should I go when this part is so popular with my charges?
You tricked me. You tricked us both. Both poor Chadrier and myself. You fooled us and betrayed us.
I, my good friend, am a colonial governor. Admitted the colony is not of my choosing, and my subjects are not those I should pick for an afternoon's game of bridge. Yet, so be it. We all have our different and manifest destinies, not so?
You swine! You swine!
One thing I cannot forgive you. You murdered my executioner, a man of sober habits and decent respect for the law. And even that, my amateur friend, you could not do properly. He lingered, poor fellow. He made a most interesting confession. He told us he killed a woman in Monton, and someone else was later caught and convicted for the deed. Droll, don't you think? Order! Wake him up! He isn't paying attention. Proper attention.
Sorry, sir. He is dead.
Dead? Oh, how very tiresome. You know how I hate writing reports.
The Creaking Door.
Now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Danger is a beautiful blonde.
Like anyone else, Van Barclay gave little thought to the precarious nature of everyday living. Had he had occasion to probe the fact, he might have acknowledged that danger is always present and that it can strike quite suddenly. Only Van Barclay wasn't thinking about such things. Perhaps he was too restless to care. A young engineer, unmarried, can get restless. Working in a new, strange city, he can get lonesome, too. Van Barclay was one or the other, or both of these things on a Saturday night, when he came out of a movie and went for a stroll along the Santa Monica Palisades, in preference to going back to his hotel room. On a corner, he stopped to light a cigarette. That's when he first noticed her. The car was big, a convertible. He cruised by him, came back around the block, moving slowly. The third time around, he was standing on the curb, staring openly at the girl behind the wheel. She was very nice, young, blonde, considerably more than attractive. And she was looking at him just as obviously.
Hello.
Hello.
You've opened the door before, no doubt.
In other words, isn't it a beautiful night for a drive?
Well, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said.
You weren't going somewhere important.
Oh, no, not at the moment. In fact, I was faced with a rather gloomy prospect of an evening at a hotel, alone.
Good.
But it is a beautiful night for a drive. I suppose it was on the golf course at Biarritz.
What?
Yeah, where we met.
Oh, well, that's as good a place as any.
Yeah, only I've never been there. I don't have a good imagination. Let's see. Oh, then, I remember so well those evenings at Monte Carlo when you'd say to me, Van, you must sit beside me at the casino tonight. You bring me luck. You called me Van in those days, remember? Never Mr. Barclay. And I used to call you, what was it I used to call you?
It might have been darling, mightn't it?
Yeah. It might have been that. Or maybe the mystery woman. Beautiful, fascinating, and unpredictable. Especially unpredictable.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Mr. Barclay. You might have said, especially beautiful.
Yes, I might have. You meant it. Okay. You win. You're not only beautiful and fascinating and unpredictable, but you're too fast a worker for me. Now, how come?
How come what?
All this.
You're not happy about taking a drive with me, Mr. Barclay?
I'm delirious. But why me? Well, what have I got?
You're not unattractive, you know.
Yeah, but baby, you never saw me before. How do you know what I'm like?
Perhaps I like to take chances.
Oh. Didn't your mother ever warn you about picking up strange men on the street?
My mother was rather unusual, Mr. Barclay. And she taught me that when I wanted something, there was only one thing to do. Get out and find it.
Uh-huh. Okay, who's kicking? You'll pardon me if I pinch myself. This is something I wouldn't have believed. Sort of like an angel from heaven dropping in your lap.
I'm no angel, Mr. Barclay.
Well, then, interesting girl, isn't she? Anything can happen on a quiet Saturday night. As you look over at her, the motion of the car moving her hair excitingly, you ask yourself if you might not be dreaming. And the dream gets a little better, doesn't it? As she swings into a long, curving driveway and stops before a big, sprawling house and smiles over at you.
Would you like a drink?
Sure, you're driving.
Well, then, come on. We'll go on in.
Hey, this is the swankiest roadhouse I ever saw.
It's not a roadhouse. I live here. Come on.
Inside, it's even more unbelievable, isn't it? The big hall, lush carpets, and on the walls, a treasure in fine art.
Hey, this is not a bad little place to hang your hat.
Oh, hang it then. We like it here.
You probably have 2 or 3 scattered around the country.
No, just a cabin at Bass Lake.
I gather you're not worrying much about any wolves howling at your door.
I'm not that kind, anyway.
The guy that owns this must be a movie producer.
My father. Oh. And he's not a movie producer. He's just an art collector. Perhaps you'd like to take a look around. We have some very nice paintings scattered all over the house.
Do you think we can find our way without a guide?
There's no one else here. That's what you mean. We only have one servant now, and this is her night off.
Cozy, isn't it? The whole place to ourselves. All 50 rooms.
It's not that bad. We'll take a look as soon as we have that drink, I promise.
You feel like pinching yourself, don't you, Ben? This is the kind of thing that just doesn't happen. But it's real. She's real. And she's even more attractive than she looked in the car. And it isn't the cocktails you've had. Finally, she leads you into the library.
You like this room, Van?
Oh, yes, very much. Always wanted something like this.
The right sort of library is good for a man. I designed it myself.
Oh, even no interior decorating. Well, you're pretty complete.
Thank you. Van, fix yourself another drink. The decanter's over there. I'll be right back.
Take your time. This is all very pleasant.
Yes, Ben. Time means nothing to you right now. You fix another drink. Sink into the big leather chair and relax. When you open your eyes a few minutes later, she's back, smiling down at you.
Hello.
Hello again. Oh, I see your glass is empty. Well, that's easily remedied. I'll pour you another one.
This is nice work. You can get it.
Here.
Thanks. There's nice perfume you're wearing.
You like it?
I like everything about you.
Good. Then you won't mind doing something for me, will you?
Anything short of murder.
Walk over here.
To the closet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, open the door. There's something I want you to see.
Okay, I'll play games. Yeah, I thought you said we were alone.
We are, Mr. Barkley. Because, you see, the gentleman in the closet is quite dead.
This wonderful West of ours is certainly filled with exciting places to visit. If you like mountains, you'll see two of America's most thrilling ones, plus a convincing demonstration of Signal Ethel's ability to minimize shifting when you drive up toward Washington's majestic snow-laden Mount Rainier, or Oregon's pointed conical Mount Hood. Perhaps you prefer to see great works of man. None is more impressive than Grand Coulee Dam. And you'll be impressed, too, with the way Signal Ethel's smooth, effortless power makes those long stretches of highway approaching Coulee seem so much shorter. Of course, many of you would rather take your vacation fun in a big city. That's where you'll appreciate the way Signal Ethel's peppy pickup and alert performance keep you out front of city traffic. But mind you, you don't have to wait till you go on vacation to enjoy the premium grade of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. Whenever you want the best performance your car can deliver, that's when you want Signal Ethel.
It's a great deal more than you bargained for, isn't it, Ben? Yes. When you stepped into the car at the invitation of the beautiful blonde, you didn't realize what kind of a ride was ahead. It was like a dream, wasn't it? Going to her home, having cocktails, relaxing. And then in the library, the closet. Fantastic, Van. Your mind spins, almost unable to cope with the situation as you stare down at the quiet figure of a dead man on the floor of the closet. You scarcely hear the girl beside you.
You'll help me, won't you?
What did you say?
All you have to do is help me hide him. Permanently.
Now, wait a minute.
There's a place out in the garden where some newly turned earth wouldn't be noticed.
You can count me out. I don't know how this guy happens to have a hole in his head, and I'm not asking any questions, but count me out on any part of this deal.
Well, you said you'd do anything.
Yeah, but I
for
don't
me.
go off the deep end for anybody, especially a girl I just met, a girl who's in the habit of keeping dead bodies lying around. Lady, pardon me, but I'll be seeing you.
I think that you'd better wait, Mr. Barkley.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see you're wearing a gun, too.
And I assure you, I know how to use it.
How can I doubt that? With the evidence staring me in the face.
Good. Then if you'll just pick up our late departed friend and come with me, I'll show you the place.
You know that business about your being no angel? I'm just about convinced.
Well, then, you're in, deep. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not with a gun in your back. You carry the body downstairs as she demands. And go out into the garden.
There's a shovel. Start digging. Like I said, dig it big.
Sounds like a beach near here.
The back of the yard drops off to the beach, but never mind. We've got other things to do. Now dig it deep and wide.
Yeah. Okay, dig.
You dig, Sam. But with each shovelful, you tell yourself over and over that you're next. Dig deep, she said. Big. And you're sure it's so there'll be a grave for two. Unless you do something fast. Fast and sudden. A heavy shovel full of dirt in her face knocks her off her feet. At the same time, you're leaping clear, racing for the drop-off at the back of the garden. It's a wild, frightening scramble down through the rock and brush until you hit the beach, running hard. There are no shots, no footsteps. You're away, Van. Free. Far down the beach, you work your way back to the highway, catch the bus for town, in the safety of your hotel room. You're too upset to decide what to do that night. You want to call the police, but the memory of that blonde hair and those pale blue eyes stops you. You want to be sure of her guilt before doing anything that might send her to the gas chamber. You turn in without deciding. Next morning, when you go downstairs, the desk clerk hands you an envelope.
Good morning, Mr. Barkley.
Oh, good morning. Oh, what's this, mail?
Mm-hmm. The young lady left it late last night.
There's nothing written on the envelope.
She just told me to put it in your bag.
Oh. Oh, thanks.
Yes, sure.
Wow.
That looks awful green.
Yeah, $100 bill.
No note, no nothing?
No.
Wish I knew your secret, Mr. Buck.
You'd like to know that secret yourself, wouldn't you, Van? Now more than ever. $100 to pay for your silence. You catch the bus again, and as you approach the large house where you left the girl the night before, there seems to be quite a few people around. At the gas station on the corner, you find out why.
All set, Mr. Armstrong. Anything else?
Well, that's all, Joe. Thanks.
Hi there. What can I do for you, mister? Run out of gas or something?
No, I was just walking by and I saw there was some kind of excitement around here. I just wanted...
Yeah, more than we've had in a long time. They found a body down on the beach this morning.
Oh, somebody drowned?
Well, maybe so, but got a bullet hole through his head first.
Oh, a murder, huh?
Yeah, it looks that way. Guy named Alfred Hamilton lives right up the street.
Over in that house?
Oh, Ridgely's? No. Used to be over there a lot, but he didn't live there.
Well, I noticed there was a police car out front. I thought...
Oh, that's part of the excitement. Not only is this friend of Mr. Ridgely's bumped off, but Doris Ridgely's missing, too.
Doris Ridgely?
Yeah, Mr. Ridgely's daughter.
And that's Ridgely, the art collector?
Sure, you know. He's about the richest person in the neighborhood. Nice man, too.
Yeah, and Doris, his daughter, I remember, I've seen her. Blonde, isn't she? Good looking?
That isn't the word for that girl. She's a peach. She's beautiful.
Yeah, but rather hard, spoiled.
Doris? Why, there isn't a nicer girl in town. I ought to know. I've been taking care of her car ever since she started to drive. I sure hate to see her mixed up in anything like this. Missing, too. She might be in the ocean herself, only her car's gone, too.
They think she murdered this Hamilton guy?
I don't know. But if you ask me, she couldn't. She's too regular. If she did, she had a good reason. Hamilton was no good. Never could understand why Doris and old man Ridgely put up with him.
Just Doris and her father lived there?
Yeah, Mrs. Ridgely died a while back. Gosh, I hope they find the girl okay. Just about kill the old man if anything happened to her.
When was this guy murdered?
Last night. And I can tell you exactly when. 10 minutes to 8 on the nose.
How can you be sure?
Because I heard the shot. You know, I didn't think anything of it at the time, but I did notice what time it was because I was just getting ready to close up.
Would you tell the police that?
Oh, sure.
Where'd the shot come from?
Oh, how should I know? It was just a noise. Maybe from the house over there, maybe from the beach where they found him.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, nobody important. So long.
As you walk away, you feel sure about one thing. That Doris didn't murder Hamilton at all. She was covering for somebody else, wasn't she, Dan? And you've got to find her and bring her back. But where? Where is she? It hits you suddenly. The cabin she mentioned. Yes, at Bass Lake. You decide quickly, Van. Next stop, Bass Lake.
Hello there, young fella. What can I do for you? Got everything here everybody needs. Groceries, notions, drugs, fishing tackle.
I'm looking for somebody, Pop. I thought maybe you could give me some directions.
I'm the person to come to. You can tell you about anybody in Bass Lake. Who are you looking for?
Doris Ridgely. She's got a cabin up here, hasn't she?
Yep.
Well, how do I get there?
You don't.
Well, why not?
Wouldn't do you no good.
Why not?
Nobody's there.
Oh, well, but I'm sure Doris is up here, and I've got to find her.
Well, if you got eyes in your head, you wouldn't have to go to no cabin.
Huh?
If you look across the street over there, you'll see a car in front of Ducey's lodge. She's inside eating.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Pop.
Yes, she is in Ducey's lodge. And you wait outside until she comes out. As she gets into the convertible, you slip around the other side and open the door.
Oh. Hello, baby. Nice day for a drive, isn't it?
Mr. Barkley.
Now, don't reach for your bag. I'll take it. I'll take a look inside, too. Yeah, just as I thought. The gun, you've still got it. Well, I'll just keep it this time, if you don't mind.
Look, Mr. Barkley.
Just a minute, I'll do the talking. First, I'll return this $100 bill. Even if I had a price for this sort of thing, it wouldn't be $100.
It's all I had last night.
I said even if I had a price. I don't. I'll keep my mouth shut until I'm ready to talk. Or you are.
What makes you think I have anything to talk about?
Look, I think I know a good kid when I see one. If you're really in trouble, I'm sorry, but I don't think you are. I don't think you killed this heel Hamilton. I think you're covering up for someone.
No. No, I'm not. I killed him. He was threatening to tell something about me. So I killed him.
I don't believe you. All you did was try to get me to help cover up somebody else's work.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so you're not ready to talk. Come on, let's go for a drive.
Well...
You know, I'm sorry I had to smother you with that shovel full of dirt last night. But I didn't like the prospect of sharing that hole in the ground with Hamilton.
You mean you thought I'd kill you? I never intended to do that.
Well, how did you think you'd get away with it then? Just let me walk away to tell the cops?
I don't know.
Okay, babe. Of course you don't know. You're mixed up in something you know nothing about. You couldn't have killed this guy Hamilton any more than you could have killed me. So come on, come clean.
I can't.
Now look, whoever this is you're covering up for, they'll be found out eventually. Probably they had a good reason for doing this, from what I heard about Hamilton. But now you've got to get yourself off the spot, and me too. We're accessories to the murder.
I know. Mr. Barkley, why are you doing this? Why did you come here?
I'll show you why. Does that answer your question? No. No talking now. Come on. Start driving. We've got to have a little talk with the police.
Well, Dan, you found her, and she's grateful. You can see that. The way she smiles at you, weakly, wonderingly. And perhaps later, when it's all over, you can pick up the dream where it left off. You think about it as you drive back to the city with her. Then as she swings the big convertible into San Vicente Boulevard, she suddenly slams on the brakes, pulls up beside a police squad car.
Hey, what's the idea, baby? We don't want a squad car. We want to go to police headquarters.
Officer! Officer!
Yes, ma'am?
Arrest this man. He's wanted for murder. And be careful. He's got a gun.
You can't believe it's happening, can you, Van? But it is. And later at police headquarters, Your dream has turned into a nightmare as Doris pours out a wild story to the captain of the Homicide Bureau.
They were both at my house last night. They left together. And then I heard a shot. When I went looking, I found Mr. Barkley standing over Alfred's body down on the beach. He'd taken his wallet.
What?
You'll find it in his pocket now. The officer already has the murder gun.
Are you kidding? I haven't any wallet. I don't have any...
Easy now. Well, seems you do have a wallet, Mr. Barkley.
You see, Captain?
Oh, but look, she put it there, slipped it into my pocket while we were driving.
This is Hamilton's wallet, and this is the same caliber gun that killed him, Barkley.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. It's all a lie.
Oh, hello, Ridgely.
You sent for me, Captain?
Yes, thanks for coming right over.
I'm glad I did. The lad's telling the truth, Captain. He didn't kill Hamilton.
Dad!
It's no use, Doris. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but you can't protect me.
Dad, please. Please don't say anything.
It's no use, dear. You can release them, Captain. This young man and my daughter. I killed Hamilton. He was no good. I shot and killed him. I'm sure you'll be fascinated to hear that this week is National Save the Horse Week. I'd suggest that we motorists start a week, too. Call it Save the Engine Week in honor of that wonderful new Signal motor oil that reduces engine wear due to lubrication 50%. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. Really, friends, the things this remarkable new lubricant can do for your car are a little short of miraculous. With new Signal Premium, your car should keep its like-new pep and power twice as long. With new Signal Premium, your motor should run twice as many miles before needing an overhaul due to engine wear. And if your car isn't already an oil eater, with new Signal Premium, you should continue to enjoy low oil consumption twice as long. Best of all, Signal gives you all the extra protection of this heavy-duty type oil at no increase in price. Good reason to decide right now that you're going to make your next oil change a change to new Signal Premium Motor Oil at a Signal service station.
Well, then, your adventure has brought you dangerously close to a charge of first-degree murder. And now at police headquarters in the office of the captain of homicide, the surprises are hitting you like punches from a fighter, aren't they, Van? First, the attempted frame against you by the girl, Doris. And now, out of the blue, her father, facing the police, admitting that he killed Hamilton. You stare from one to the other, wondering and waiting. And then Doris breaks the silence.
But, Dad, you couldn't have killed Mr. Hamilton.
Why couldn't he? He just confessed. Good enough for me.
He confessed to protect me. Dad had no reason.
He could have had the best reason in the world. Blackmail. That was Hamilton's racket.
Blackmail?
That's the answer, Doris. Hamilton had been bleeding me for a long time. A few days ago, I got the evidence to clear myself and expose him.
So you sent for him and told him. He got tough and...
I shot him. I had to. In self-defense.
Look, officer. You found the gun in Hamilton's wallet on this man right here. What more do you want?
I tell you, I never saw this gun in my life until last night. No use, Doris. It happened exactly as
No, Dad, I know you didn't do it.
There's only one way you could know, Miss Ridgely.
Yes, Captain. There's only one way I could know.
I tell you, my daughter's lying.
Mr. Ridgely is right, Captain.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. Find anything?
Yeah, plenty. His daughter is lying to protect him. We know from the gas station attendant's testimony that the shot that killed Hamilton was fired last night at 10 minutes to 8. Now, we've checked every move with Miss Ridgely's. And at 10 minutes of 8, she was seen buying a package of cigarettes at the corner drugstore.
Then it was Mr. Ridgely.
No. Mr. Ridgely left Hamilton in his living room last night somewhere around 7. After telling him he was going to expose him to the police. At 10 minutes to 8, Mr. Ridgely was seen having a drink at a bar near Woozer.
So, Barkley, you did take Hamilton's wallet. Was your gun?
I tell you, I never even heard of any of these people.
No, it wasn't young Romeo here either.
Oh, go on.
Alfred Hamilton committed suicide.
What?
Yeah, that's right. There's no doubt about it. Powder burns on his face. He was left-handed. The angle of the bullet in the left temple shows the wound was self-inflicted. paraffin test in his hand proved beyond a doubt that Hamilton fired a shot a few seconds before his death. I guess when he realized Mr. Ridgely was going to expose him to the police, he just couldn't take it.
Oh, good work, Lieutenant. Now, Mr. Ridgely, you'll come into my office. The Lieutenant and I will show you the reports.
Of course, Captain.
We'll wait in the car, Dad.
I'll be along in a minute, Doris.
Well, baby, you gave me a nice ride. A very nice ride.
Honestly, Vanna, I'm terribly sorry, but I was worried crazy about Dad. But do you think we could have that drink again sometime? Maybe.
Now, look. You're a nice kid. You're beautiful, fascinating, all those things. Especially beautiful. But, baby, if you ever see me walking down the street again, just drive on by, please. Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program and The Whistler each Sunday night at this same time. And before you start your vacation trip, be sure to ask your signal dealer for a free copy of Lane's Guide, a booklet prepared by an independent travel organization to help you find good eating and lodging places. While no pocket-sized booklet can include all the good hotels, motels, and dining places, Lane's Guide covers a representative selection in hundreds of cities and towns. And a copy of this handy publication is yours free at Signal stations. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Hy Averback, Michael Ann Barrett, Earl Lee, Charles Calvert, and Bill Boucher. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Dunkel and Hazel Lytle, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember to tune in at the same time next Sunday when the Signal Oil Company will bring you another strange story by The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for the Horace Height Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Chain Reaction.
Johnny Turner was packing his suitcase, but mentally he was tearing up his train ticket to Chicago. It had been several years since Johnny used to wonder, while barnstorming the country, if his mind was playing tricks on him, if Diana could really be as beautiful as the image of her that clung to his thoughts like adhesive. When he came back, he found that Diana was everything he dreamed of and more. She was not only as beautiful, she was married. She had everything that money could buy, but still she kept coming around to see him, still as approachable as a park bench. Now, as she sat on his bed in the cheap rooming house watching him pack, he realized all over again how close love is to hate, as close as the two sides of his last thin diamond.
So you're leaving, Johnny, huh?
You catch on quick.
Just to avoid me, is that it? Where are you going?
Traveling. I got a road job selling song sheets and razor blades. If I work hard, they'll put me on buggy whips. Any more questions?
Johnny, darling.
Go away. I'm not in the market.
Johnny, why don't you stop pretending? You still love me. You know you do.
I said go away. You depress me.
You need me, Johnny.
I need you like I need 3 thumbs.
You really don't mean that.
Try me again.
All right, Johnny. Have it your way. I just dropped by to see if you'd be interested in the job.
I have a job.
This one pays a lot of money.
And my income tax would be too high. No.
A lot of money. Just to fly a plane.
Whose?
If you're interested, you can get all the details tonight. It's a nice setup, Johnny. And temporary.
Like everything else.
Are you interested?
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny.
In the dough, sweetheart. You're so eager. But then you always were.
I don't ever remember you throwing rocks at me, darling.
Where do I get the details?
How about Mike's Cafe for dinner? Do you have enough money to get your pants pressed?
Yeah, sure. Maybe both legs.
Oh, here, Johnny, take this.
I told you before, I don't need any handouts.
Stop being so touchy. You won't get this job if you come looking like a tramp.
If I get the job, who will I be working for?
My husband.
Oh, your husband, huh? What are you up to, Diana?
Why, nothing. Nothing at all, darling. See you tonight.
Bartender.
Yeah?
That clock ride?
Sure. What's the matter, pal? Your girlfriend stand yet?
No. Maybe your husband did.
Huh?
Skip it. Give me another bourbon and water.
Yeah.
And send it over to our table, will you, bartender?
Yeah, sure, lady.
Hello, Johnny. This is, Frank.
Sorry we kept you waiting, Turner.
Oh, that's all right. There are 2 kinds of people in this world. Those who are always waiting for somebody and those who keep you waiting.
You just made that up?
Yeah. I get better as the evening goes along.
Shall we go to our table, gentlemen?
Sure. Walsh, my bar bill. Take care of it, huh? I left my wallet in my other suit.
You do get better as the evening goes along, don't you?
Somehow you hadn't pictured Diana's husband this way, had you, Johnny? A bald, red-faced, chubby little man with bright, beady eyes. Thin, moist lips that seem to be fixed in a perpetual grin. He keeps sizing you up all through dinner, asking question after question. You become slightly annoyed.
Look, Walsh, are you going to write the story of my life or give me a job?
Now, don't be that way, Johnny. Naturally, Frank has to know a few things before...
I thought you'd given him the build-up.
She has, Turner. Diana is quite certain you'll be able to do the job.
Uh-huh. Haven't told me yet what the job is, Walsh.
Well, there are 3 parts to it. 1, you do as you're told. 2, you keep your mouth shut. 3, you fly a plane.
How much does the 3rd part pay?
It's not piecework. The whole job pays $5,000. It won't take us more than 3 weeks to complete the job. $5,000 is a lot of dough for 3 weeks.
Keep talking.
You'll be working for the Continental Salvage Company.
What are you going to salvage?
Gold?
Well, that sounds like nice work. The money in it?
We're in business to salvage gold from the ocean bottom. Now, take a look at this.
Oh, a map. Just like in the movies, huh?
This area here, Cuba, Jamaica, during the war, several ships went down here. They were carrying large shipments of gold. Most of the gold is still there.
Most of it? I don't recall hearing about it.
A lot of it has already been salvaged. You don't hear about it because the government has a habit of demanding a rather large cut in the profits. So most of the salvage work has been kept quiet. However, we're going down there after the gold on a big scale, legitimately.
Uh-huh. Big business.
We're a stock corporation, Turner. with $500,000 invested capital.
Hey, where does my job come in?
Your job is to scout the area ahead of the salvage vessel, and the only way to cover that much water is with a plane.
What do you say, Johnny?
Do you want the job?
Okay, Walsh. You just bought yourself a pilot.
Even for $5,000, there's something about this deal you don't like, Johnny. And the following day, when you see the Queen Oriana, the ship chartered by Continental Salvage Corporation, you like it even less. An old broken-down tub, built back in the 90s as a yacht, now part of a small fleet of fishing boats. There's nothing left of her bright work, and the varnish is all peeled off her rotting mahogany. She doesn't look safe enough to sail in a fish pond. The last thing to go aboard her is the plane you're to fly. A trim, sleek-looking cabin cruiser fitted with pontoons. You look her over very carefully, don't you, Johnny? And you notice the extra gas tanks. And you also notice that the plane is without radio. As you slip out of the plane and jump down to the deck, Walsh comes towards you.
Well, what do you think of her, Turner?
She'll do.
Think she's good enough to fly nonstop over the Gulf of Mexico?
Gulf of Mexico? You ought to brush up on your geography.
My geography's all right.
And your sense of direction is not so good. We're not going that way.
Answer my question.
Okay. If you want to fly the Gulf of Mexico, I guess she'll oblige. But I wouldn't figure on setting it down in the water. The Gulf can get awfully nasty at times. In bad weather, this plane wouldn't last an hour.
I said nonstop, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you said.
You watch him as he waddles down the deck and disappears into his cabin. And you wonder about his sudden interest in the Gulf of Mexico. Yes, there's something about all this you don't like. And then, just before you sail that night, while Walsh is below decks, you meet Diana. Her eyes are glazed with the sweet sorrow of parting.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Diana.
When you come back, Johnny, I'll be waiting for you.
You said that the last time, remember?
Don't you think I know what a terrible mistake I made?
I think saying goodbye is a sort of pastime with you. Some women enjoy crocheting or tatting.
It's not too late, Johnny. When you come back, we'll have enough money to go away together.
If we do come back according to plan, your husband will still be able to outbid me.
But I love you, Johnny.
I may decide to stay in Cuba.
You won't. Because you love me, you know you do. No matter where you go, you will always come back to me.
You know something, Diana?
What, darling?
You're so right. The way I feel about you is like a disease.
Oh, Johnny.
I'll come back.
Without him?
What did you say?
If anything happened to him on the way back, an accident...
You'd be sitting pretty, wouldn't you? All up dull.
We'd be sitting pretty, darling. And we'd never have to say goodbye again. This would be the last time. The last time, Johnny. Well?
Who knows? Accidents do happen.
With the prologue of Chain Reaction, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now a word to you drivers. If you want to keep performance up and wear down during the months of hard summer driving ahead, it's time to see your Signal dealer now for a spring changeover from winter-weary lubricants. Costly transmission and differential gears need the protection of fresh summer-weight Signal Gear Lube. For limbering up the chassis, there's no spring tonic like a Signal double-check lube job. And, of course, your motor should be drained and refilled with fresh motor oil. Wait a minute. Did I say motor oil? Well, don't you say motor oil. Be sure you say Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. For Signal Premium is the improved type lubricant that far outperforms the finest regular motor oils money can buy. You see, because Signal fortifies 100% pure paraffin base with scientific compounds, Signal Premium does more than just lubricate. In fact, tests prove Signal Premium actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. But remember this, only Signal service stations have Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. A mighty good reason, I'd say, why there's just one place to take your car for this spring's changeover. Your neighborhood signal service station. And now back to the Whistler.
You could hardly ask for a better job, could you, John? $5,000 to fly a plane for the Continental Salvage Corporation in the Caribbean. The work is easy and the opportunity unlimited. Yes, unlimited, Johnny. If anything should happen to Walsh, an accident, you and Diana, his wife, would be sitting pretty. The boat goes out on the 11 o'clock tide that night. On the second day out, you discover the ship is off its course, and you hurry to find Walsh. There's no answer from his cabin. As you turn and start down the deck, you run into the mate.
Hey, you seen anything of Mr. Walsh? Well, look, you don't have to talk my ear off. Just answer yes or no. Listen, you're the mate on this tub. We're way off our course. I tried to tell the captain, but he's so drunk we'll be in Madagascar before he straightens out. Why don't you answer me? What's the matter with you?
He stares at you stupidly, then walks away without a word. Yes, that's something else you'd notice. There's something strange about the crew, isn't there, Johnny? There are 6 Chinese who sleep below decks. None of them speaks English. The cook is a Korean, and his conversation consists of a wide grin. The 3 deckhands are fresh out of Portugal. The mate is a sullen German. And the captain lies in his bunk in a drunken stupor. There isn't a man in the entire crew you can talk to. But wait, you've forgotten the radio operator. Quickly, you hurry to the radio shack. You find him at his table. A kid. A gangly kid with a shock of red hair that keeps falling down over his forehead. And he looks nervous, frightened.
My name is Turner, Johnny Turner. I'm the pilot for that plane on deck.
Mine's Scott. Melvin Scott. They call me Scotty. Glad to know you.
I just wanted to check the time from Arlington.
Oh, sure. It'll be on a few minutes.
Uh-huh.
I was just writing a letter to my kid sister in Scranton. Thought I might get it in the mail when we put in somewhere.
You're not exactly an old sea dog, are you, Scotty?
No, No, it's my first job.
You like it?
I don't know. I want to make good and all that, but...
You send our position in lately?
Yeah, a couple hours ago. Mr. Walsh gave me the message. There it is on the spindle.
Can I look at it?
Sure.
I thought so.
What? What's the matter?
Well, this is all wrong, kid. We're not within 200 miles of this position.
What?
Yeah. Oh, this is all beginning to add up. Have you taken a look at that diving equipment on deck?
Yeah, I kind of wondered about that. It doesn't look so good to me.
I wouldn't wear it in a bathtub.
I hate to think of anybody using that stuff.
Maybe no one was ever supposed to use it, kid.
What do you mean?
Maybe this whole trip is a phony. A broken-down tub that's a cinch to go to pieces before we reach the Caribbean, moth-eaten diving equipment, a crew that doesn't speak a word of English, and... Look, kid.
Yeah?
You better report our correct position.
Well, gee,
I figured it out, Scotty. I know exactly where we are.
Well, look, Mr. Turner, I don't want to get into any trouble.
You will if you don't do as I say.
I didn't know that stuff I was sending was phony.
Well, you do now. Okay, kid, what'll it be?
Well, all right, Mr. Turner.
Good. Get on the key and start sending, Scotty. I'll give you...
You turn around to find Walt standing in the doorway. His eyes wild, red-rimmed, the gun trembling a little in his pudgy hand.
Come on, Turner. We're getting out of here.
He was just a kid. Why did you have to...
Very sad, I know. Now, come on.
The poor, dumb, innocent kid.
I said, come on. We're going for a little airplane ride, Turner. Time you started earning your money.
On deck, you find the crew ready to set the plane overside with a cargo boom. Walsh holds a small black valise in one hand, waves the gun in the other, shouting orders. Then the two of you climb into the plane. A few minutes later, you're gathering speed like a roller coaster, the waves slapping at the pontoons. And then slowly she lifts. You climb to 3,000 feet and level off. The gun in Walsh's hand is still in your back.
You can put the gun away now, Walsh.
Keep flying.
Where to?
A few miles north of Tampa. My wife will be waiting there, on the beach.
And after that?
Mexico, across the Gulf. Think you can make Veracruz?
That depends.
On what?
When do I get the $5,000?
When we land in Mexico.
You expect me to believe that?
Why not? Don't you trust me?
Look again, friend. I'm not a stockholder.
What do you mean?
Didn't take you long to pack that valise. How much is in it? All the assets of the Continental Salvage Corporation?
Like Diana said, you're a smart boy.
Almost $500,000. That's a lot of fish to feed to the sharks.
Shark?
Yeah, look down there.
Makes me dizzy.
As long as we're both in this plane, anything that happens to me happens to you. Throw the gun away.
Sorry.
Come on, Walsh. Which goes into the drink, the gun or you?
The gun stays where it is.
Okay.
You climb the 5,000 feet. His hand is steady, the gun still in your back. You cut the throttle and drift for a moment, then lurch and nose straight down. Through the windshield is the blue water of the Atlantic. You can hear the wind sing louder and louder past the wings. You look at Walsh again. He's pale, but his gun hand doesn't move an inch. At 2,000 feet, it twitches. At 1,000, you stop breathing. The water comes at you like a tidal wave. The plane twists wildly. You pull open the throttle. The wind hits you like a pneumatic drill, threatening to crack the plane wide open. And then, by a miracle, you level off.
Okay, Walsh, you win.
I could have told you. I always do.
At the risk of being delightfully corny again, may I say something?
What?
You'll never get away with this.
No?
When that boat captain sobers up, he'll get a message to the Coast Guard. You'll be wanted for murder.
Let me tell you something, Turner. By now there's nothing left of that ship but splinters.
Oh?
I guess I forgot to tell you. A friend of mine named Vogel. Sort of a clockmaker. Very handy. Especially with explosives.
Explosives?
That's right. I planted Mr. Vogel's bomb in the ship myself. Now that old tub is gone. And we, you and I, we were blown apart with it. You see, Turner, I thought of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, you sure did.
By nightfall, you reach the west coast of Florida. Finally, Walsh gives you the signal, and you bring the plane down on the smooth water of a lagoon. You taxi as close to the shore as possible and then cut the motor. The plane bobs gently up and down, and you sit waiting. Walsh keeps looking in the direction of a small cottage some 200 yards up the beach. Then at his watch.
Well, we're going to wait here all night?
I'm going ashore. Wait here.
What makes you think I will?
This, my boy. This little valise with $500,000 in it.
Oh?
Ever since we left the boat, you've been figuring on some way to relieve me of it, haven't you?
Frankly, I have kicked the idea around once or twice.
Stop wasting your time, Turner. All you're getting out of this deal is the $5,000 I promised you. Who knows? When you drop us safe and sound in Mexico, I might be tempted to throw in another $5,000.
That's big of you.
I'll be right back. Don't go away.
I won't, Walsh. I won't.
You watch him as he wades ashore, still holding the small black valise. You can see him in the bright moonlight running along the shore. Then he disappears into the trees that surround the cottage. And you wait. 15 minutes. A half hour goes by, and still Walsh hasn't returned. You slip a wrench into your jacket, ease yourself into the water, and start for the shore. A few minutes later, you're hurrying toward the cottage. And you're almost there when the front door opens, and you duck into the shadows. The wrench is in your hand, and you wait. Then you hear the footsteps coming along the path. Closer and closer. As they reach you, you step out of the shadows, holding the wrench high in the air.
Johnny.
Diana. Where's Walsh?
Back there in the cottage.
What happened?
What difference does it make? I have the bag. Let's get out of here.
Diana, what happened?
He's dead. I had to do it, Johnny. For us, I had to. There's $500,000 here, darling, and it's all ours now. Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
The cottage. We can't leave him there.
Why not?
They were supposed to have been blown up with a boat, remember?
What are we going to do?
We're going to take them with us. We can dump them out in the Gulf. Come on.
No, Johnny. No, I don't want to go back there.
Oh?
Here. You can have the bag if you think I'm going to run out on you.
All right. Wait here. I'll be right back.
You find Walt sprawled on the cottage floor, stabbed to death. The murder knife a few feet away. Quickly, you pick him up and return to the beach where Diana's waiting for you. Then you wade out to the plain, and a few minutes later, you're skimming across the bay, headed toward the Gulf. Some 20 miles out, you help Diana open the door. A bright moon rides between broken patches of cloud. With a vicious kick, you help her push the body of Frank Walsh out into space. Its size shrinks like a punctured balloon and disappears into the dark waters of the Gulf. You nose the plane up for a steady climb and then level off. Mexico, Johnny. A little more than 1,000 miles over the Gulf. Mexico with Diana and $500,000.
Johnny.
Yeah?
I'm not sorry it turned out this way, are you?
Why should I be? I got you and $500,000. What more can a guy want?
I told you we'd be sitting pretty, and I meant it.
Yeah, by morning we'll be in Mexico. We can land this crate, burn it up. No one will ever know. We can start all over like nothing ever happened.
And we'll never have to say goodbye again, darling.
Never, baby. Never.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a tip to you drivers who have wished there was some way to be sure that the gasoline you're choosing is tops in quality. Check your speedometer. Because in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther, which explains why we're so proud of the fact that throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, Signal is famous as the Go Farther gasoline. Sure, you Signal drivers are enthusiastic about Signal's quicker starting, Signal's faster pickup, and Signal's smooth, knot-free power. But remember this, the only way today's Signal gasoline can give you that superior kind of performance which you expect of a superior quality motor fuel is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, you don't have to guess about it. You see proof of it right on your own speedometer in mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. That's why Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, it was a lucky break, wasn't it, Johnny? When you accepted Frank Walsh's offer to fly for the Continental Salvage Corporation in the Caribbean. Now Walsh is dead, and you're on your way to Mexico, racing through the night sky over the Gulf with Diana and the small valise containing $500,000. You look down at the dark, churning waters of the Gulf, and you feel strangely detached from the world, free of it, free of its laws and its justice. Yes, Johnny, no one will ever think of looking for you. They will all believe you were blown up with the boat chartered by the Continental Salvage Corporation. 36 hours later, you scarcely enter the minds of the Coast Guard officer and the police lieutenant aboard the salvage ship Queen Oriana as they look down on the lifeless body of the murdered radio operator.
Well, there he is, just the way we found him.
Any identification?
Mm-hmm. His radio license name's Scott. Melvin Scott.
Mm-hmm.
And we also found this, a letter he was writing to a man named Vogel.
Now, let me see.
It's about meeting Vogel in New Orleans with $500,000.
Yeah. You should see me play the innocent kid. My own mother wouldn't know me. I found the bomb you gave Walsh. He'd already planted it. I dumped it overboard the first night out. The way I got it figured, Walsh won't try a getaway in the plane to Mexico until tonight. It'll be a cinch for me to get into his cabin and switch bags on him. And I'll have $500,000 when I meet you in New Orleans. It's really funny.
Yeah. Looks like the joke was on Scott. He was shot before he got a chance to switch bags.
You send an alarm out on this man Walsh, his pilot Turner?
Mm-hmm. The whole Gulf area has been on the lookout. But no one sighted them. No one will.
You mean Walsh and Turner got away?
No, they didn't. I managed to get some information out of the mate with my limited knowledge of German and a lot of gestures.
And what's that?
The mate saw this radio operator, Scott, around the plane the other night. You can still smell the gasoline in the afterdeck. Scott drained the extra gas tanks. That plane didn't have enough gas to take them more than 100 miles out over the Gulf.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Frank Lovejoy and Joan Banks. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Sidney Renthal and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Sketch for a Screenplay. I got to thinking this afternoon about Hollywood. There's a lot of people who don't care much about Hollywood, and I suppose they got a right to feel any way they wanted. But me, I always sort of liked the place. Not Hollywood, the town especially, but what people in pictures think of as Hollywood. All the way out to Fox and Metro and the Selznick lot. All the way back to Paramount and RKO and Columbia. Out to the Valley to Universal and Warner's and Republic. All Hollywood, the picture people. Even Hollywood itself. I wonder if the loafers still clutter up the sidewalk outside the theater on Vine Street. I wonder if the hardest working newsboy in the world is still on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. Wonder if Roland's still at the parking lot back of the Equitable. And that bartender at the Derby that always used to put the bite on you for $50. Hollywood Boulevard at Christmas time. Santa Claus Lane with the gold and silver trees and the lights. And in the summer, when it's 11 o'clock in Hollywood, but it's 3 o'clock in New York, that makes it time to have a bottle of Carta Blanca in the bamboo room. Yes, you get quite sentimental over Hollywood. Especially when you're not there. And you're not ever going back. I got to thinking about a screenplay this afternoon when I was thinking about Hollywood. No, it isn't written. I doubt it ever will be written. But I amused myself all afternoon thinking about it. Walking over to Harry's office with a batch of pages under my arm that Lillian had just typed up all nice and neat on the yellow paper. Maybe Milk Gross or Norman Foster would be strolling back to the writers' building, griping about changes their producer wanted, and bring it back at 3 o'clock, boys. Then Harry would be sitting there with his feet on the big desk, drinking Coke. How many times? How many times? So sit down in a big easy chair with the light in your eyes. And after a while, Harry finishes his coke and takes his feet down and shuts his eyes.
All right, what you got, Fred?
I just got a few pages, Harry, just the opening, you see. Only a few scenes, but I think it sets the mood of the thing.
Go ahead, let's hear it. Read it to me.
All right. Long shot, the Chateau Park, summer, day. Shooting from a height toward the chateau itself, which stands at the edge of the woods where the low hills rise against the horizon. In the foreground, near a formal garden in the center of which a fountain plays, is a marble statue of a Greek goddess. And through the trees behind the chateau, we can dimly see other sculptured figures. The chateau itself is huge, gray, many-windowed, and its conical turrets rise bravely against...
Okay. Everybody knows what a French chateau looks like. Go ahead with the story. I gotta go to the barber shop.
A little breeze from the south moves restlessly through the branches of the trees, and the haze of midsummer is on the distant hills. And over the scene comes the sound of children at play.
Is this about kids?
Kids? I suppose it is, Harry. I suppose it is. I remember those summers, those long, happy summers when I was a child. The park and the chateau were magic places then. And when the twilight fell across the broad woodlands and the tiny lights sprang up in the tall windows above us, we used to sit, the three of us, and dream of Bayard and Roland and Du Guesclin and all the paladins of France whose male ghosts were very near to us in the gathering dusk. Paul.
And Roland blew his horn again and again, but the king was far away, and he did not hear.
And Madeleine.
And Roland and all the army died in the pass of Roncesvalles, because King Charlemagne did not hear the horn of Roland.
No, Madeleine. They died, but Roland didn't die.
Well, the book says he died.
No, Roland did not die. Did he, Fred?
The colonel says he didn't die. The colonel says Roland lived forever.
Where is he then?
Roland waits for the day when France needs him. Then he will come.
And the colonel says if we listen on a night when there's no moon sometime, we can hear Roland sounding his horn. Maybe see the flash of his sword Durandal in the skylight.
Oh, do you believe that, Fred?
I don't know. Do you, Paul?
No, of course I believe that. I have heard the horn.
Oh, you dreamed it.
I have heard it.
It is nice to believe that.
About the horn?
About Roland living and being ready always to come to the aid of his people.
I would like that. I would like to live always.
Not forever, Paul. That wouldn't be fun.
Yes, it would. To help people when they've given up hope.
It would be fun that way, Fred.
I don't want to live forever.
Oh, I don't think anybody really wants to live forever. Not even Roland, maybe.
I remember that afternoon, the three of us under the great oak tree, and the sun red and gold beyond the hills. Children together in the good days before the great plague came out of the east and swallowed up the youth and happiness of France.
Is that all this thing's about, just kids?
Scene 36, close three shot, Madeleine, Paul, and Fred. I'm wearing my going-away clothes, and in my hand is my valise carefully tagged with my name and destination. It's a year later and more. The first chill winds of autumn are sweeping the leaves from the trees in the park, and the frost has touched the flowers in the formal garden where we stand before the silent fountain. There are tears in Madeleine's eyes, and a suspicion of them on Paul's cheeks. For this is goodbye again.
You will come back next year, won't you, Fred?
Of course you'll come back, Madeleine. Stop crying.
Stop crying, you said.
I am not.
Fred, I'll miss you.
You don't know how I'll miss you, Madeleine. Paul.
Why can't we keep you here always?
My mother. You know.
I wish you could stay.
You'll come back, Madeleine.
Do come back, Fred.
I will, Madeleine. I promise.
Go away, Paul.
Go away?
Please, Paul.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Paul.
Come back.
I'll come back.
We'll be waiting.
I know.
Till next summer, then.
Till next summer.
Fred, you won't forget us.
Never, Madeleine.
We love you, Fred.
And I love you, Madeleine.
Come back to us.
I'll come back to you, Madeleine.
We'll wait, Fred.
You wait for me.
I'll be like Roland, Fred. no matter when you come back. 100 years from now. I'll be waiting.
And over the scene comes the sound of a distant horn. Not the distant horn of Roland, protector of France, but the strident horn of the motor car that was to take an American child away from the scenes of his happiest years and set him on his journey home. And as the two children embrace, wetting each other's faces with their tears, we fade out. And then I thought of the next few years. Fade in. New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty. Dissolve to a confused, tearful greeting at the pier. Close up. A preoccupied, garrulous mother. And close up, an embarrassed, preoccupied stranger called father. And moving shot, a train streaking westward in the night. And montage, a sad-eyed boy staring out of a train window, a fountain playing in a formal garden in the sunlight. Cone-shaped towers against an evening sky. A girl waving goodbye from the iron gates of a chateau in France. A giant figure in armor brandishing a golden trumpet. And on the soundtrack, distant, distant voices.
Come back, Fred.
We love you, Fred.
Come back.
100 years from now, I'll be waiting, Fred.
Let me see that script, Fred.
Go ahead. Read it, Harry.
Insert. Diploma from the University of Illinois. Know ye all men by these presents that Frederick Arthur, Bachelor of Arts, seal of the university. Full shot, city room, daily newspaper. As Fred enters the room, the camera follows him to the desk of the city editor, where he stops respectfully. The camera moves into a close two-shot of Fred and the editor. The editor at last looks up.
I was editor of the college paper my last year in school, and I did a column on sports for the Havana paper.
Dissolved to typewriter and hands at work. The camera moves into a close close-up, and we read...
By Frederick Arthur.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred at telephone.
All right, Senator, I'll see what I can do about it.
Dissolved to medium shot. Group at bar, favoring Fred. Fred raises his glass and drinks.
Here's to Hollywood, you unlucky people. Hollywood and $1 million a week writing movies.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred's hands at a typewriter. Dissolved to full shot. Carthay Circle Theater at night. With searchlights stabbing up into the sky at the premiere of Fred's first picture success. Great crowds of movie fans in the bleachers as the stars leave their cars and parade into the theater. Fred, in a brand-new dinner jacket surrounded by picture personalities, walks proudly into the theater. Insert. The clock on the utter McKinley building. The great brass pendulum swings back and forth relentlessly. Reminder of death and time.
And the image of a girl waving goodbye is dim. And her voice far away.
We love you, Fred. 100 years from now, I'll be waiting.
And an insert of the calendar that reads September 1939, and double exposed against it, marching men in gray uniforms, Stukas dive-bombing a road, and a man in a rumpled gray uniform howling at a mob, and voices shouting, Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Stock shot of the French tricolor being lowered. Newsreel shot of a man weeping in the street. Insert poster in a Hollywood office. The poster reads, Wanted for murder, Adolf Schickelgruber. Newsreel shot. 3 men in uniform before the Arch of Triumph in Paris. One with a little mustache, a fat man, a club-footed man. And they're smiling. Double exposure. Superimpose the face of a weeping girl. And over the picture, the sound of a horn, echoing from the pass of Roncesvalles. And again, the face of a weeping girl beside a ruined, shell-torn chateau in France. And a word. One word.
Waiting.
Now a stock shot of the studio gates closing from the outside and a quick montage of a raised hand, of a train full of soldiers in new, ill-fitting uniforms. A long line of men and a doctor with a needle. Marching men again, and a tower, and airplanes idling in a broad field. That was the old 501 at Lawson Field, the first of the airborne, the men who rode the storm. Bill Ryder and Bill Yarborough, first lieutenants, and Colonel Bill Lee and Bill Miley. Men with high jump boots and the curled-up wings of the paratrooper above the left blouse pocket. The tower, and hanging face down in your harness and sweating out the ground. And jumping from the mock-ups and learning how to land. Endless hours packing parachutes. And nights across the state line of Phoenix City, beer and shooting galleries, and a shout of Geronimo when the MP showed up with a pickup. Sweating out the ground on the first jump. The jump master's voice over the roar of the plane.
Stand up! Lock on!
Checking the chute of the man next to you while the next man tried all the buckles, patted all the bulges on your pack. And the jump master again.
Go!
And the clatter of heavy jump boots on the metal floor and men flinging themselves into the green space outside. And the sudden emptiness of the plane. And then your hands against the side of the door and the jerk that set you spinning. And then silence. And the plane scudding away. And the all-alone feeling with nothing to hold you up but a canopy over your head. No heaviness, no weight, nothing. Freedom. And then the green earth rushing up at you and the sudden vision. A girl's face in the blue above you. And the ground and the chute dragging you till you yanked the bottom shrouds and it fluttered down. Behind you, Bill Ryder yelling, "Get out of that harness! You're infantry again!" And the good feel of a Tommy gun in your hands and the earth underfoot. And somewhere a horn calling you. And slowly, the scene fades out.
Long shot. Port of embarkation. Staten Island. Night. An ice-covered ferryboat struggles across the blacked-out harbor to the end of the pier, and soldiers hurry up the gangplank to the dimly lighted interior of the pier. A voice calls out a man's last name. He answers with his first name, and up the gangway to the bows of a ship. Jump boots on the companionway ladders. Jump boots dangling from the upper tiers of the bunks. Lights, warmth, and great pots of coffee. Dissolved to long shot, convoy, day. A dozen ships wallowing in the bitter North Atlantic swell and a grim gray cruiser standing hardly in their wake.
And a horn, sounding desperately across the heaving ocean. I sit in Harry's office as he reads the screenplay I dreamed of this afternoon. He looked up at last, but he doesn't see me in the easy chair with the light from the window in my eyes. I know what Harry sees. Harry sees the boy that looked like him. The happy, talkative kid that was Harry Jr. The boy that I last saw here in the office when he was talking about how USC was going to beat Notre Dame next Saturday. And I know what Harry's thinking of. He's thinking about a laughing, talkative young Marine corporal who made one too many landings with the Raiders. And the white Star of David out there on that island with a name nobody can pronounce. And Harry turns back to the screenplay and reads silently for a little while. And then he looks at me.
They won't go for war stories anymore, Frank.
And I don't say anything for a second. But I think. Yes, they will go for war stories, Harry. Yes, there's still a lot of people that haven't forgotten. Go on. Read the screenplay, Harry.
Long shot. An airfield in England. Night.
Yes, I remember that. C-47s as far as you could see. Clear night. The stars up there. men with sweaty faces climbing aboard and sitting down in the bucket seats side by side like people in the Wentworth Avenue streetcar, not speaking, tightening their belts and sweating out the takeoff.
Medium shot. Control tower.
I remember the green light flashing for the plane behind us as we passed the tower.
Long shot. Formation of airplanes in flight. And high above, more planes, and more and more. And the sound of them was the sound of doom. And the contrails from the planes above stretching out white against the stars like a dozen Milky Ways. Medium shot. Interior. Airplane. Night. A man stand up in the darkness.
Stand up. Hook on. Check equipment. And the green light goes on from the cockpit. And nobody yells Geronimo, but out we go into the blackness below in night jump in wartime. And God knows what we'll find on the ground.
Close up. Paratrooper, door plane.
Close up with me as I brace my hands against the door jambs. The darkness is sickening and heavy below me. The sweat gleams on my face under the tight helmet. And I feel for the bearing in my emergency chute. The man in front of me trips and goes out wrong. Somehow the static line holds he doesn't break free. The jump master slashes at the webbing with his knife and he's away. But when I jump, I'll be too far away from the rest, and the jump master yells at me to hold it, but he's too late. I'm imprisoned in the dark blackness between heaven and earth. Alone. Alone in the dark, and my heart bursting. I shouted in the darkness, but there was no answer. No answer but the muttering of the planes as they faded away into the night that wrapped itself around me like a cloak. And I gave myself up to die there in space. And I think I prayed. And I heard the sound of a horn blowing urgently. I crashed through the branches of a tree, and a greater blackness came over me.
Dissolve to medium shot. Forest, early dawn. From a tangle of underbrush, a man slowly rises to his feet.
I got out of the parachute harness somehow. I was alone. And as I raised my head to reconnoiter...
Close shot. German soldier. He lies half hidden behind a tree, and he is lowering his rifle after firing a shot. He waves to other soldiers off scene. Close shot. Paratrooper. The American throws himself behind a fallen tree. He peers anxiously through the bushes. Montage. German soldiers. In a series of short flashes, we observe German soldiers, rifles and machine guns poised, completely surrounding the American. Close shot. The American. He looks out from his concealment, searching the area carefully. Suddenly, there is the crackle of a twig, and he leaps to his feet, his Tommy gun at the ready.
Yes, of course, Harry. You guessed it.
A young man and a young woman.
Paul and Madeline.
That's too much of a coincidence, Fred.
It was Paul and Madeline.
Well, Fred?
We said we'd wait, Fred.
They have not changed much. In rough living clothes, they looked a little older, a little thinner. And the cross of Lorraine on their coats told me what they were.
We knew you'd come back, Fred.
Of course, old boy.
What can I say to you?
You might kiss me.
And I kissed her. And her lips were cold as ice. It was morning, and the enemy lay close to us, and perhaps...
Oh, Fred, we have missed you so.
We needed you, Fred.
And Paul took my hand and smiled at me.
You heard the horn of Roland, Fred.
I've heard it a great many times, Paul.
You have not forgotten how we talked about Roland.
No, I haven't forgotten it. How did you find me?
Don't you recognize the place, Fred?
I know.
This is the woods behind the chateau where we all live.
I wouldn't have recognized it.
Well, we played cowboy and Indians, Fred. Remember?
I remember.
Come, Fred, we have got to get you out of here.
Well, but...
The Germans? They can't hurt us, old boy. This is our home, don't you remember?
Follow us, Fred. This way.
Has it been... rough?
Yes. It has been wrong, Fred.
Come, Fred. We must hurry.
Medium shot. The woods.
With the three of us struggling through the lonely uncamped paths that once were clear and clean in the springtime. Paul ahead, then Madeline, then me. More and more pathways, some of them new, some of them mere traces of footprints through the woods. My two friends always ahead, always leading.
You came back.
Of course I came back, Madeline.
We knew you wouldn't forget us.
Come on. Come on.
Then I followed again. Twice I heard German patrols not too far away from us, but we went on and on, till I'd lost all sense of direction. And I said, how much farther? Paul stopped then.
This is as far as we can go with you, Fred.
But what... Well, what do I do now?
You came back to us, Fred. You will know what to do.
Well, no, but... Madeline.
Come, Madeline. Goodbye, Fred.
But Paul. Will I see you again?
Yes.
You'll see us again. Oh, Fred.
And Madeline kissed me. It was growing dark again, and the road that led past the chateau was directly in front of me. I knew my way from here. But Madeline kissed me in the twilight there. And again, I heard the distant call of the horn. And I turned away from her and went out. And she waved once when I looked back over my shoulder. And then she and Paul were gone. And I knew at last, Harry, why they couldn't go any farther with me. Read the next scene, Harry.
Close shot. Clearing. Two graves with rude headboards. The camera moves in to a close-up and we read the inscription, Madeleine Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed by order of the German commandant. Paul Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed. You can't do that, Fred.
There's one more scene, Harry.
Camera moves up and over the two graves to a third. We read the inscription on this headboard. Private Fred Arthur, American parachutist, killed in a single-handed attack on the headquarters of the German commandant.
And over the scene comes the sound of children at play. Madeline and Paul and me.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lotta Stavisky was Madeline. Paul was Frank Thomas. Harry was played by James Monks. The original music for Quiet, Please, as usual, is composed and played by Albert Berlin. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is called Send Not to Know. It's a quotation that you already know half of. If you don't know the rest of it, you will next week.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
March is Red Cross time, the time when your American Red Cross asks your cooperation and support. The Red Cross has three major responsibilities this coming year: disaster relief and rehabilitation, a national blood program so that the whole blood and its derivatives may eventually be made available free to all, and services to veterans and their families. But Red Cross services will not end there. You'll find the Red Cross lending a hand in building up health and ensuring the safety of the community, teaching simple bedside care, bringing the ways of good nutrition to expectant mothers, veterans' brides, the blind and the deaf, as well as others in the community. Teaching how to give temporary relief to the injured, how to rescue a person from drowning, how to avoid accidents common in everyday experience. These are traditional Red Cross services offered in your name. Remember, in all it does, the Red Cross depends on you. Give generously and give to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. This program comes from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you right through the summer by Bromo Seltzer.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. Tell me, fellow ghouls, did you ever take in the frights after dark? I did the other night. Found an odd little street called Nightmare Alley. Just 2 blocks long and a scream wide. Begins with a small cemetery and ends with a bigger one. There's a freakish sort of shop in the alley. Ideal for those of you with a buying fever. Its sign reads, Gadgets, Ghosts, and Graveyard Gewgaws. It is deep night on the raging ocean. The fog is a thick gray wall and the wind is sharp. A boat tosses drunkenly in the deep, at the mercy of the storm. It's unlighted except for a sputtering naphtha flare. We're aboard the Gypsy Princess. Beside its captain, the notorious Captain Henty. A few feet away, worming deeper into the shelter of the fog, backing away from Captain Henty's gun, is another man. A younger man wearing a first-mate cap.
Chambers! I order you to come out of that blasted fog! You hear me? You murdered what was left of the crew! Corky, McDonald, Cook, Willoughby, Menaker! 5 men, 5 bullets. The 6th bullet is for you, Chambers. And if you murder me, then what? You alone, a madman without food or drink, haunting his own ship. Then what? I'll find Bellows and strangle him. And then claim the princess. Claim my bride. They don't exist, Bellows, or your bride. They just live in your mind. Liar! The princess is real. You know the princess is real. You saw with your own eyes. Did I, Captain? Or was it just a myth? An illusion? You heard her speak. I heard a voice. But it could have been the wind. It was the princess as real as you and me. Listen! Listen! It's her, my bride! Princess, you've come back! Where are you, princess? Out there! In the storm? What's the matter, Captain? Afraid? Afraid to go over the side even into the arms of the princess? It's your love calling to you, Captain. Your phantom bride. Are you going to turn your back on her? I've got to kill you first. And lose the princess? I'm coming! I'm coming!
I heard some shooting over on the island. I thought I'd row over and have a look.
Island? Where's the island you rode over?
Back there a ways. Behind the fog.
I thought we were somewhere mid-ocean. Miles out.
You thought wrong. You're marooned just off the island. There's a sandbar under your boat. What's funny, son?
We've been tossing in the fog for days without food or water with an island just out there. What island are we on?
Dead Man's Island. Even if you knew where you were, son, there'd be nothing on the island for you. No food, no drink. Just a place to bury the dead aboard your ship.
How do you know there are dead aboard?
I heard some shooting, I said. How many dead?
Corky, McDonald, Coates, Weatherby, Menick. That's 5. Captain Henty jumped over.
And Miguel, your navigator? And Jensen?
Dead.
Then you're the only survivor.
Yes, I'm Chambers' first mate.
I expected it would be Captain Henty I'd find alive. Delivering his cargo of dead men.
Say, wait a minute. How'd you know about Miguel, the navigator, and Jensen? Where'd you get your information from?
You're a man to seek logic after the events on the Gypsy Princess. That's strangest of all.
Yeah. After 2 weeks on this floating insane asylum, I shouldn't get goggle-eyed over anything.
You boarded a ship at the Strait.
You know that, too, huh? Right. For years, since I was a kid, I'd heard tall stories. Unbelievable whoppers about Captain Henty and the Gypsy Princess. Stuff about a ship being haunted. About a girl. A beautiful vision named Princess after the ship, who followed the boat wherever it sailed. I wanted to write it all up after seeing it all for myself. Shall I stop?
No. Go on.
Those tall stories started coming to life a few hours after we put to sea. I was in Captain Henty's quarters going over some papers when Corky came busting in. Corky handled the business details of the ship like a steward would. Captain Henty?
Yes?
I was checking over the crew list here.
So, Corky?
I can't make it add up. McDonald, Coates, Weatherby, Menica, Miguel, Jensen, myself, Chambers here, all signed in okay.
8 men, that's your crew?
8 it is, sir. Up to there. But there's a line signature on the list, but nobody answers to it.
What is the 9th name?
Fellows.
Fellows! Stupid fool! Leave the list and get out!
All right, sir. You've seen the signature before, Captain?
Yes, from Cape Hatteras to Singapore.
I don't get it.
You will. You will in time. You'll know what it means to sail with Bellows aboard.
Who is Bellows?
The ship's ghost. The Gypsy Princess was once his ship before he died.
How long ago did Bellows die?
10 years ago.
And you think a dead man signed the crew list, Captain?
Aye, and you'll believe it too in time. In time, you too will believe Bellows is aboard the Gypsy Princess. Chambers?
Aye, sir.
Search the ship from stem to stern. Search the lifeboats, the passageways, everywhere. Then do it again and again. Spend every minute you're on this ship searching for Bellows. Understand? And find Bellows. Find Bellows or you gypsy princess. That was my first brush with the crazy legend of the gypsy princess. I was to spend the whole voyage looking for a dead man who'd signed the crew register.
Bellows was master of this ship once. Everything was fine until they both went daft over a dream lady who was supposed to be following the ship. And she killed Bellows, got all scot-free by pleading self-defense, then bought the gypsy princess, and went sailing to find the girl.
Bellows then is just something in the captain's guilt, in his imagination.
Oh, no, sir. It's not all in his imagination.
Now, you're sounding as balmy as Henty. You don't believe in the Bellows ghost, do you, Corky?
I do, indeed. Just you wait, sir, and you'll know Bellows is somewhere aboard this ship. It's Captain Henty on the tube. The awning's begun, I'll bet my pay. Corky speaking, Captain.
Take the wheel at once.
But it's Miguel's turn at the wheel, sir.
Take the wheel at once.
Aye, sir. At once.
Is Chambers there?
Aye, sir. I'll put him on. He wants you, Mr. Chambers.
Chambers speaking, Captain.
Turn the ship inside out and stop for nothing, Chambers. Find Bellows or we won't have a navigator left aboard. We've been off our course turning in circles with our instruments smashed to bits for an hour.
What happened to Miguel?
I told you you'd know Bellows was aboard in time. Bellows caught Miguel at the wheel and killed him.
A creep who's been asleep in the deep says the gypsy princess is a gyp. What started as a pleasant ocean junket is becoming a nightmare. A ghost looks patty. The captain goes white as a sheet, and poor Chambers is handed the odd job of trailing the little man who isn't there to his home. Let's see, where did we stream off, huh? Oh, yes. Miguel, the navigator, had just gone the way of all fish.
Miguel was at the boat's wheel, clutching it, and staring out into the ocean with dead eyes. A dead man had been steering our course. How was the fool killed? I can't say, sir. His face looks as if he had seen the devil himself. But there isn't a mark on him. Bellows killed him. I hate taking issue with you, sir, but I'm sure that there's a simpler explanation than a mysterious attack by a ghost. A heart attack, perhaps. If an autopsy could be performed...
There'll be no autopsy.
But we've got to establish...
I'll have no interference, Chambers. I've got to take immediate steps or you'll all be dead. Assign gentlemen to watch the ship's food stores at once.
Our food stores?
Mind your duties and ask no questions. Make prompt arrangements to throw Miguel over the side.
Without services? Just like that?
Just like that. We'll throw Miguel as an offering to the princess. Maybe she'll reappear. It's been so long since she's appeared. Go on now, make your arrangements.
We were a grim lot gathered starboard to watch the dead Miguel dropped over the side. The storm was brewing. There was a blinding fog.
Ready, Chambers?
All ready, sir.
Let him go.
Princess, hear me. I gave you Miguel. Now come, wash the blood off this cursed ship. The crew backed away like men frightened by the face of insanity. And then, over the sound of the ocean, we heard her... Princess! It was a woman's voice. Or was it the wind? I watched, spellbound, my eyes burning into the mist that swirled around Captain Henty. I saw her. Beautiful. The most complete illusion of beauty the mind can imagine. Beautiful beyond words or language. Seeing her, I could understand what drove Captain Henty. And seeing her at Captain Henty's side, I knew scorching jealousy.
Chambers, my bride has come. You see her, don't you?
She's very beautiful.
Chambers, marry us here now.
But do I have such authority?
As captain of the ship, I give you the authority. You'll find my service book in my quarters.
Aye, sir. Corky?
Aye, Mr. Chambers.
Go. Fetch the book of services from the captain's quarters so we can get on with the ceremony. With the crew standing bareheaded and looking on like men bewitched, I married Captain Henty to his vision. I quoted such lines as, "Let no man put asunder, and until death do you parted, a madman standing alone with a mist curling around him." The captain said, "I do." And the wind answered for her. The captain had his bride at last, but not for long. After that brief visit, we no longer saw her, even fancied we saw her. The captain sat looking out to sea for hours, days, like a man whose bride had forsaken him right after the wedding. Days passed. And then bellows struck again. I was with the captain going over some charts when the door opened. It was Corky. His face was strained and frightened.
Captain Henty.
What is it, Corky?
The food stores.
What about them?
They're gone. Our food and our water. It's all disappeared.
Jensen was assigned to watch the food stores. Send the fool to me.
I can't. Jensen's got what Miguel got.
We can put into the nearest port. If you look at the chart with just a 2 days sail from Windward, it's the only thing to do. Without food or drink, how can we go on?
And without fuel? Fuel? Without coal? How can we go anywhere?
I don't get it.
Then go down to the engine room and see for yourself. Our coal. Every blasted scrap of it was pirated by Bellows last night.
The men lay in the hatch, dying of thirst and no food. Captain Henty was a complete madman now, with every pretense of sanity fallen. He prowled through them like a wild animal, with me behind him watching. Then last night in the pitch dark, I watched him climb to the lookout tower. Corky was up there waving a naphtha flare in a last desperate SOS. I watched the captain come up behind Corky and circle his arms around Corky's neck. I hurried to them and pulled the captain away. Let him go, Henty!
Chambers, this is the last time you'll interfere.
Go ahead, issue the order. There isn't a man aboard who has the strength left to carry it out. I know you exactly for what you are now, Captain. I know about those murders and the disappeared stores. You did all of it. You're the ghost haunting your own ship.
You think I did it all?
I'm sure of it. You're a madman with your guilt about killing Bellows. Your hallucinations about a woman following your ship. You're the curse over the gypsy princess. You and you alone. So that's what you've come to believe. You fool. That's what Bellows wants you and everybody to believe. I saw you try to kill Corky just now. No, ghost. You in the flesh. I had to kill Corky. I have to kill you all. Those are my sailing orders. What crazy talk is that now? I am to deliver a cargo of dead men. I mustn't sail or I'll lose the princess, fellow. Stand back, Chambers. Don't move.
I've got 6 bullets in this gun, including you, Chambers. The crew is exactly 6 now. You see, I mustn't waste a single bullet.
You're going to shoot us in cold blood just because of some insane obsession.
I must.
We'll all be dead soon if you just wait.
No. I can't risk it that way. I, Captain Henty of the Gypsy Princess, must personally deliver a cargo of dead men. 1 bullet for Corky.
No! Save us!
And he shot the other 4. Then came after me with his last bullet. He went over the side when his phantom bride called. I blabbed about everything. Just about.
I knew the story. All of the story.
What? You said you'd heard shots and rode over here when you came aboard.
I did say that.
But I don't see your rowboat. And your clothes aren't even damp. You were never out there in a small boat for a minute.
Wasn't I?
No. Mister, open up and talk. Who are you?
She'll tell you who I am.
She?
The princess. See her?
No.
Look again. With your heart. See her now?
Yes. She's beautiful.
Princess!
Your bellows.
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm delirious, I guess.
You belong to me now, princess. Henty lost you back to me.
I watched her float in with the mist, and the same indescribable pleasure and indescribable pain I'd seen on Captain Henty's face flushed all through me. I was in love with her, and burning up with jealousy. I was dying of thirst, dying of hunger, too weak to even raise a finger, but I went for Bellows. I didn't want him to have the princess. Bellows! Bellows, I'm going to kill you! Do you hear me, Bellows? Bellows! There's no one here. Just me and the cargo of death in the middle of nowhere. I imagine them. How much of it all did I imagine? What's real?
What a fish story. I don't know what it did to you, Brother Whale, but it's got me scaled down to size. It's the old block for me from now on. There's less terror in terra firma. Dry land to you, Bob. And say, if you must get the nautical urge, compromise by diving into the bathtub, huh? And if a strange hand passes you the wash rag and soap, don't take it. Ignore it. Stay underwater and play. Well, it's time to close that squeaking door for another 7-day rest. Until next week at this time, when Bromo Seltzer brings you another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Well, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Report for a Corpse by Henry Kane. Next week, you'll hear our answer to the housing shortage. Because we've got a story about a little home in the country that'll kill you and anybody else who enters. It's called The House of Doom. And behind its walls, some of the most charmingly gruesome people you ever met will die and haunt and howl and murder to your heart's content. So be sure to listen, won't you? Until next Monday, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Dark fantasy.
I'd like to buy a satchel, if you please. There, that one in the corner will do. The scarlet one. You see, scarlet is my favorite color because it reminds me so very much of blood.
Oh, Rose. Come in. Well,
You know what I came about, Sam?
sit down.
Do you have a smoke?
Yes, of course.
Do you think Mr. Craig knows what we're doing?
I believe he suspects.
What are your plans?
Tonight, Peter Craig will sign over the last of the estate to me.
And when do I get the money you promised me?
Within a week.
Why wait that long?
Because it's the best that way. You should wait longer. It would not do for the private nurse, Rose Esther, to become suddenly rich overnight.
You remember the price, don't you?
$100,000.
I should have more. You're netting a cool $1 million.
The deal was all right with you when I made it.
Yes. Yes, it's all right. What time tonight?
About 11. When he's good and sleepy, so he'll take the powder without suspecting.
You said he already suspects.
Not everything. He doesn't know we give him dope to make his mind go blank. We can be pretty sure of that.
Or that he signs those legal papers while under the influence of the drug?
He couldn't possibly know that. He's been taking medicine for so many years, when you hold a glass of it in front of him, he takes it automatically.
He has one more paper to sign?
One more.
I'll give him the powder the minute you come into the house tonight.
After that, disappear.
Yes, I will. But remember, Sam, I expect my share of the money within a week. I think I've been quite patient with you since we went into this thing. It wouldn't be wise for me to become suddenly impatient.
All right, Mr. Willing. Sit down, sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Craig.
Nurse, hand me my glasses on that table over there. I can't see a thing without my glasses.
Your medicine, Mr. Craig.
Eh? Medicine. Oh, all right. Thank you, nurse. Now, you get my glasses.
Here they are. Do you wish warm milk before going to bed tonight?
Warm milk? No, not on your life. And don't you go locking my laboratory tonight. I'm going to tinker around in there a bit as soon as Mr. Willard leaves.
Yes, sir. Just ring you need anything, Mr. Craig.
You look well, sir.
I never felt better in my life. Now, what's on your mind at this hour of the night?
Well, Mr. Craig, I have been handling your legal affairs for quite some time now.
Yes, you have. 7 years, I believe.
That's so. This afternoon I stumbled upon something that absolutely astounded me.
And what was that?
I happened upon the deed to your estate. I noticed it had never been turned over to you in a legal manner. Well, it's a small technicality, but I thought I should advise you about it.
Have you done anything about it?
Why, yes, I have. That's why I came out tonight. I have the papers with me. Put everything in perfect order. I say, Mr. Craig, something wrong?
No, I'm just sleepy. I better sign the paper now.
Yes, sir. I think you'd better. Here, Mr. Craig. On this line right here.
Yes. Yeah?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's all, Mr. Craig. Thank you very much. This is just exactly what we needed. Just exactly.
Nurse! Oh, no. They know better than to leave me here in darkness. Nurse! Come here at once. She's not here. She's gone. She's gone. And left me. When it's so dark, so still. Left me here to die. No, I can't stand darkness. No, I can't be left alone. And I know my heart.
And to my manservant, Alex Monroe, I bequeath the sum of $5,000. This is my will. All that remains, aside from the foregoing, is for Mr. Samuel Willard, my attorney, to carry out the duties I already have outlined to him. Herewith, attest my hand. Peter Craig. And that is Mr. Craig's will. I wish to assure you that the last portion, the portion concerning the duties involving myself, have been carried out. They have to do with the funeral itself and the preparations for the funeral. I wish to thank each of you for coming here tonight to hear the reading of Mr. Craig's will. You will each receive your individual shares of the estate in the next 2 weeks. Now, good evening. Well, Rose?
They took it quite well.
Why shouldn't they? After all, they were only his servants. He had no relatives. It didn't strike any of them as strange that Craig should have left the bulk of the estate to me.
You played your cards very well, didn't you?
I think so. The smartest thing was giving the servants a share.
Yes. Now, I suppose I'll receive my share.
Of course. Within a week.
Good. Would you mind answering a question for me?
I know. What is it?
Those instructions about the funeral. I saw nothing unusual about them.
There wasn't anything unusual.
But just what were these secret instructions Mr. Craig left for you in a sealed envelope marked to be read immediately following my passing?
Oh, that. He just stated he wished to be buried in the family vault. But there was something strange at that.
Yes?
He directed me to his laboratory,
a certain compartment where I found a box, wrapped in brown paper and tied with a heavy cord. He instructed that this box was to be buried with him.
And was it?
Yes, I had it placed in a coffin.
Do you know what was in the box?
Yes. I don't mind saying I was curious, so I opened the package.
Well?
It wasn't anything worthwhile at all. Just a couple of pounds of modeling clay.
Modeling clay?
Yes. What in the world do you think his idea was in wanting to be buried with such an insignificant thing as modeling clay? This way, please, Professor White.
Thanks, Mr. Willard. Peter Craig, as I've told you, was an old friend of mine. I certainly was surprised to arrive here and learn he'd passed on.
Yes, we buried him last Thursday. Mr. Craig had no relatives. I didn't know the names of any of his friends, and that's why you weren't notified.
I once worked with Mr. Craig at Oxford. He could have been a professor there, had he wished.
Professor? Here, down these steps.
Yes, he was quite an electrical engineer. Worked miracles almost with wires and tubes and batteries, condensers, all that sort of thing.
Well, I knew he liked to fuss around in his laboratory. I've only been inside the place once. Didn't know he was a master at any particular science.
Oh, yes, indeed. He was one in a million. Always experimenting. Always trying some new idea.
Here we are. This is Mr. Craig's laboratory.
I see. This wax on the door.
Oh, that. The police sealed the place up when they were investigating the death of Peter Craig.
Investigating?
Yes. Mr. Craig died unattended. Heart attack. He fell and struck his head. At first, the police feared foul play.
Oh, I see. Oh, I suppose it'll be quite all right to break the seal now.
Oh, certainly. We've forgotten all about it. There we are. Now, I'll go first, Professor White. Light switch is very inconveniently placed. Okay, sir. This is what you wanted to see.
Just as I thought. Table after table and shelf after shelf of electrical equipment.
Seems pretty much of a mess to me.
Poor old Peter Craig. He never was very tidy.
I came in here the day the police were around, just before they sealed the room up. I've never been here before. All these wires and electrical panels and tubes and things give me the creeps.
Well, Craig certainly could put weird contraptions together.
He spent many hours here. I believe his experiments were the only things that gave him a desire to keep on living.
Say, here's a strange-looking workbench over here.
What do you mean, Professor?
Well, look for yourself here. See, the tabletop is littered with short links of almost invisible copper wires and with little bits of fresh putty.
Putty?
No, it's not putty. It's modeling clay.
Yes, you're right.
Yes, and here's a cardboard box of the stuff.
That box, the brown paper, this heavy cord.
Yeah, why, it appears that there was a great deal more of the clay in this box. You can see that a good portion of it has been torn away from the original mass.
It's the same box. The very same one I put into the casket.
What?
What could Peter Craig have been doing with modeling clay and thin copper wires?
Mr. Willard.
Yes?
Is that the only entrance to this laboratory, the one the police sealed?
Well, yes, it is. No windows, no other door.
And yet that seal was unbroken.
We both saw it was.
Yeah, but look here on this workbench here. These bits of clay, still moist, not dry and hardened like they'd be if they'd lain here long.
And this hand towel here, look at it. Damp. As though someone had just recently dried his hands on it.
Mr. Willard, what's this? Do you know?
A locket on a golden chain. Where did you find it?
Well, here on the floor near the wall over there.
His picture is a child inside.
You know what's in the locket without opening it?
Yes. It was Peter Craig's request that he be buried with this locket in his hands.
Hello? Yes, this is Rose Esther. Who wishes to see me, clerk? Well, if he won't give his name, I certainly am not interested. He said to tell me he's the man with the Scarlet Schchel. The Scarlet Schchel. Oh. No, I don't wish to see him. Send him away, please. Tell him to go away. Tell him to go away. Peter Craig.
Good evening, my dear.
You, the man
with the Scarlet Schchel.
I remember when you bought it. You took me with you. And when I suggested a black or brown-colored bag, you said...
I said that scarlet is my favorite color because it reminds me so very much of blood.
Yes. Oh, no. No. But this isn't true. It can't be true. Peter Craig is dead.
Yes, my dear. So he is.
But you were Peter Craig.
I was Peter Craig. Once upon a time. Now, I am merely an old man with a Scarlet Schchel.
What is in that satchel?
I am just returning a gift, my dear.
A gift?
Oh, it was a most excellent jest, I know, but hardly becoming of so charming a person as yourself.
What do you mean?
Do you remember the modeling clay? I see you do remember.
It was merely a joke. We sent it to you only in fun.
We?
And Mr. Willard and I.
Oh, yes. Mr. Willard. Well, I never did tell you how much I appreciated receiving a child's plaything from two such thoughtful people. But now I've come to return the gift.
Go away. You're some imposter, pretending to be Peter Craig. The real Peter Craig is dead and buried.
I am going, my dear. But I leave the gift with you. You'll find it there in the satchel. You'll find its contents most interesting, I'm sure. And now, good night, my dear, and goodbye.
He's gone. It isn't true. Peter Craig is dead. I saw him buried. Oh, this is just a horrible dream. Yes, I'll wake up any minute now and... That satchel. Scarlet. More scarlet now than it ever was. There on the floor, where he left it. Oh, it's opening. Yes, opening. And yet, there are no hands to do it. Something inside. Something is opening that satchel from the inside. What in the name of heaven is that thing? Oh, no. Stop. Stop, I tell you. Keep away. Keep away from me. No. No. No.
Miss Esther was a friend of yours, Mr. Willard?
Yes, she was.
That newspaper certainly gives a startling account of her death.
Yes. Rose Esther was heard by neighboring tenants screaming hysterically. When investigators broke their way through her locked door, they found the nurse sprawled upon the floor of her living room. Both the girl's hands were clasped tightly to her face. Her eyes were staring blankly, wide with terror. Her last gasping words were, "Scarlet Schchel." The The terror-stricken girl undoubtedly died from fright. Scarlet Schchel.
Yeah, sounds like a murder plot from Sherlock Holmes.
Scarlet Schchel. Just a minute, Professor.
Mr. Willard, man, don't jump like that. Why, you startled the life out of me.
It's gone.
Gone? What's gone?
He kept it here in this closet. I remember when he bought it.
Who bought what, Mr. Willard? What in heaven's name are you so excited about?
The Scarlet Schchel. He always kept it here. Now it's gone.
I still don't understand what connection...
The cemetery. That's it. We've got to go out to the cemetery. Come on, Professor White. We've got to go out there and see what's happened to the grave of Peter Craig. His body's gone.
Peter Craig's vault has been opened.
Opened? As though someone inside had pushed up the coffin lid to escape.
That lid was heavy.
Peter Craig!
It was so difficult for an old man to push up so much weight.
Peter, what on earth is the explanation of this? They told me you were dead and buried, man.
Then for once, my good friend, they told the truth.
Yes. He is dead. I saw him just after they found him. He'd been dead for hours. His heart had stopped. Rigor mortis had set in.
Yes. I was a perfect corpse.
Peter.
He was taken to the funeral parlor. Embalmed. He lay in his coffin a day and a night before we buried him.
Mr. Willard, there's some explanation.
I saw them close the coffin on him. Saw them bring it out here. Watched them put it into the vault and seal the door.
And Rose Esther witnessed the same thing. That's why I startled her so.
You killed her. You killed Rose Esther.
No, not I. She was killed by the thing in the Scarlet Schchel.
The Scarlet Schchel? Professor White, look, he's carrying it now.
There is one plan in the entire scheme of things mortal man does not know. That those who are murdered never rest easily within their graves until they have wrought a full and perfect vengeance. They left me alone in the darkness and stillness of a night to die. They knew that my heart couldn't stand the shock. It was as much murder as if they'd stopped my heart with a dagger thrust.
No, I had nothing to do with that.
You and your friend Miss Esther once thought it very hilarious when you sent me a child's plaything to the mails. At the time, I was not amused, Mr. Willard. Now I am.
The clay modeling set.
Exactly.
Peter, man, what are you doing?
The Scarlet Schchel. He's opening it.
I'm taking out my little pygmy friend.
Peter, that thing looks alive.
No, it can't be. It's nothing but a little figure modeled in clay. Just a little clay doll. It can't be human.
Then watch it come to life.
Peter, good heavens.
It's moving, walking like a man.
You see, I have put the modeling clay to good use. I have created with it your damnation.
No. Keep it away from me. Don't let it come any closer. Keep it away, I say. Don't let it touch me. Stop it. Keep that very thing away from me. Don't let it touch me. Dark fantasy.
You have heard The Man with the Scarlet Schchel, the 16th original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop.
Ben Morris played Sam Willard, Fred Wayne was Peter Craig, Georgiana Cook took the part of Rose Esther, and Muir Hyde was heard as Professor White. Next Friday night at this time, listen to another startling and weird dark fantasy adventure. Superstition, Be Hanged, written by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight two of radio's foremost personalities, Adelaide Klein and Mason Adams, in an original radio drama titled The Visitng Corpse.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we meet the Visitng Corpse. Our story begins late one night in the modest suburban home of Albert Jordan. Albert, a mild-looking man in his early 30s, is tossing restlessly in his sleep. Now and then he moans and speaks as if having a nightmare.
No, leave me alone. I don't want to hear anymore. Leave me alone.
Can't pull the wool over my eyes, Albert Jordan.
No.
I'm onto your way.
No.
Think my only child was foolish enough to elope with you.
No.
Poor Louise. There were so many men eager to marry her, and she had to be tricked into marriage by you.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Darling, wake up.
What is it? What? Oh, Louise.
You were having a nightmare, dear. You don't want to wake Mother up. She needs a good night's sleep for a trip home tomorrow.
Yes, the trip. We mustn't let her miss her train. We mustn't, do you hear?
Albert, whatever in the world is wrong with you?
Nothing. Only I wish you were already tomorrow, and she were gone.
You sure you have everything, Mother?
Yes, Louise, dear. Everything I need for my trip home is in this handbag. Now, don't forget to ship my trunk.
Now, the express man will be here to pick it up this morning, Mother.
Thank you, darling.
It's almost 9 o'clock, Mother. You'll miss your train.
I have never missed a train in my life. You needn't be so anxious to get rid of me, Albert. Oh, Louise, darling, I do hate leaving you alone like this.
Really, Mother? I'll be all right.
Very well, then, if you say so, I'll go. But I'll be writing to you every day. And if he abuses you, just let me know. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Mother, and take care of yourself.
And don't forget, Louise. Mother will come back if you need her.
Yes, Mother. Goodbye.
Louise, if your mother pays us just one more visit, I'll leave this house and I'll never come back.
But, darling, it's only natural that Mother should want to visit me. I'm the only one she has in the world.
Yes, but she doesn't just visit us. She lives with us. In the past year, she spent 8 months with us. She has her clothes here, a key to the house. Well, she's even listed in the phone book under our numbers.
Please, Albert, she's gone now. Let's not quarrel.
Yeah, she's gone now, but in 2 or 3 weeks, you can be sure she'll come back to spend a few months with us. I'm warning you, Louise. I won't be responsible for what happens if she keeps coming back. Now, let me see. Send off the trunk. Well, that's one job I can enjoy doing.
Mrs. Heather Roden, 125 River Road, Ferndale, Pennsylvania.
Oh, that won't be necessary, Albert.
What?
My trunk can remain here.
Mother, but you want to catch your train.
I've changed my mind about going. I won't leave my little girl alone. I'm sure she needs me. Where is Louise?
She went downtown.
Oh.
So you've come back again.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, haven't you, Albert? To keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back and I'm staying for good.
No.
Yes, and then I'll be sure that Louise is being well treated. Frankly, I don't trust you.
You don't trust me?
No. Why, I don't even know your background. You were a complete stranger when you forced poor Louise to elope with you a year ago. And for all I know, you may have criminal tendencies.
There's a certain amount of the criminal in all of us. Most people can control their worst instincts. But some can't.
Exactly. And I'm here to see to it that no one harms Louise.
But who's going to look out for you, Mother?
Albert, why are you looking at me so queerly? Are you sick?
Yes, Mother, I'm sick. Sick of the sight of you.
No, Albert, you must control yourself. I want you to go to your room at once and lie down.
No, you had to keep coming back, Mother, and keep giving me orders.
Albert, stop looking at me that way. What? You seem like another person.
I am, Mother. You wouldn't let what was decent in me live, and now you must take the consequences.
Albert, stay away from me. Don't you dare come near me.
You would keep coming back, Mother, when you came back just once too often. You should have taken that train, Mother. But at least now I know you won't be coming back. You won't come back ever again. You won't. You won't. I didn't want to kill you, but you made me. I've got to get rid of her. They'll catch me. The trunk. Yes, it's large enough. The TV's here in her handbag. Even in death, you're a problem, Mother, but you won't be for long. There. Now I'll just pack this clothing around you tightly. That does it. Now I'll have to get rid of the trunk.
Albert, are you home?
Louise, the trunk, I've got to get it closed.
That's you, Albert?
Yes, dear.
Oh, I see you're locking the trunk.
Yes, I was getting it ready for the expressman.
It should be here now. Albert, is anything wrong?
What do you mean, Louise?
I don't know. Your face is so flushed.
It's just a little warm in here, that's all.
Look, we forgot to pack Mother's robe. I know she'll want it. I'm afraid you'll have to open the trunk again, Albert.
No. I mean, the trunk is full already. We couldn't get anything else in it.
Nonsense. When Mother and I packed, it was only half full. Please open it.
But it's locked, and your mother has the key.
Oh, yes, you're right. Well, we'll just have to mail the robe to her. I'll answer the door. It must be the expressman. Make sure the tags are on it, dear.
Tags? You can't go to her home. Only I had time to think. Wait. Yes, that's the only thing to do. I'll make out new tags.
The expressman's backing his truck up the door, Albert. Have you got the tags already?
I'm just finishing them. Yeah. All right, dear.
Well, let me see if you have the address right. Sometimes you're so forgetful.
Now, Louise, you needn't bother. Of course the tags are made out right now. Stand aside. I'll carry the trunk to the door.
Well, let the expressman do it, Albert. That's what he's being paid for. And I really do want to check the address on the tag.
Now, Louise.
Oh, please, Albert. I'm just playing safe. What? These tags are addressed to Mrs. William Smith, 345 Wood Street, Las Vegas.
They are?
They certainly are. What were you thinking of?
I don't know, Louise. But I'll change them. You just go on and let me tend to it.
Indeed, I will not. You let the expressman in, and I'll tend to the tag. If I left it to you, Mother's trunk could probably go heaven knows where and never be found again. Albert, I'm really worried.
Worried, Louise?
It's a week now, and no word from Mother. She said she'd write every day.
Nah, dear, maybe she's been too busy to write.
She's busy? You know Mother doesn't do anything. No, there's something wrong. I feel
But now,
it.
you mustn't worry, Louise. I'm sure that she's all right. Oh, I'll answer.
I'll come with you. Maybe it's a special delivery letter from Mother.
Good morning. I got a trunk for you folks.
That's Mother's trunk. What is it?
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert. To keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert. And I'm staying for good.
No.
What'd you say, Albert?
Hey? Nothing. Lady, the trunk.
Oh, bring it in, won't you, please?
Okay. There you are.
I don't understand. Why should Mother send her trunk back to us?
Would you mind signing for Mr. Jordan? Yes, all right. Here you are. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, but I can't understand why Mother shipped her trunk back to us, and without even writing a word about it. Well, I'm going to put an end to this guessing.
What are you going to do?
I'm calling Mother. Hello, operator. I want to put through a call to Ferndale, Pennsylvania. The number's 223. Yes, that's right. My number's Riverdale 7745. Thank you.
Why bother phoning, Louise? I'm sure there's a letter on the way.
I've waited long enough for one. Albert, why do you keep staring at the trunk so?
What? Oh, was I?
What's wrong with you, Albert? This past week you've been so jumpy. Oh, hello? Hello, Sarah. This is Louise calling. How are you? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Is my mother there? What? Are you sure? So that's why you shipped the trunk back? No, thank you, Sarah. Albert, Sarah says that Mother never arrived home. She hasn't been there this past week.
Was Sarah the one who shipped the trunk back?
Yes. She thought Mother decided to stay with us longer and need her clothes. Albert, where can she be?
Oh, Louise, I'm sure that she's all right.
All right. She's been missing a week. How could she be? I'm going to call the police. Oh, Albert, where can she be? 24 hours have gone by and the police still haven't found her.
Oh, no, dear. It takes time. You must have patience. They're doing everything they can.
Suppose she's dead.
You mustn't talk like that. Nothing is known yet. Why do you keep staring at the trunk?
I don't know.
Darling, it just upsets you to see the trunk. It keeps reminding you of your mother. I'd better put it in storage.
All right, Albert. Do as you please.
No, you're being sensible, dear. I'll take good care of Mother's trunk.
That very afternoon, Albert took the trunk to the express office. He shipped it away again, this time to a non-existent address in California. He also gave a false return address, so he was quite sure it would never come back to bother him again.
Look, darling, I brought you some flowers. Here's a little present.
Thank you, Albert. Very nice.
Louise, your mother has been missing 5 weeks now. You can't go on this way. You'll have a nervous breakdown.
Albert, where can she be? Why can't the police find her?
Darling, if she hasn't been found in 5 weeks, I'm afraid there's no hope. Louise, you must resign yourself to her loss. Oh, I'll answer it, dear. You just sit here and rest.
All right, Albert.
Yes?
Good evening. I got something here which I believe belongs to you.
Belongs to me?
Yes, a trunk.
Trunk?
Yes. Ever since it came into the depot a couple of days ago, I've been trying to locate the owner, and I've been having quite a time of it. Did a little checking and figured out it might be yours.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child, but I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert.
Do you recognize it?
No. Don't you know where the trunk goes?
Well, no. It's come all the way back from California. Seems there wasn't any such address where this was shipped to.
Surely it had a return address.
Yeah, but the rain kind of washed it off. Until all you can make out now is Riverdale, New York.
What makes you think it belonged here?
Well, I sort of did a little detective work. The initials stamped on the trunk are HLR, and I looked it up in the phone book, and the only person in Riverdale with those initials lives here.
I'm sorry, but you must have the wrong place. Where will you take the trunk now?
Oh, it'll be put with unclaimed luggage. Then in a few months it'll be sold for charges unopened.
Sold for charges?
Yeah. You'd be surprised what you sometimes find in unclaimed trunks. Sort of like a grab bag game. Well, sorry to trouble.
Wait a minute. What did you say those initials were?
H.L.R.
H.L.R.? Why, they're my mother-in-law's initials. How stupid of me, of course.
But, you just said it wasn't your trunk.
Well, it isn't. It's hers. Her name is Heather L. Roden.
Yeah, that was the only name in the phone book with those initials. That's why I come here.
Well, it was an extremely clever piece of detective work. I suppose there's a collect charge on the trunk?
Yep. Comes to $31.50 with the trucking. Well, I'll just put the trunk inside for you.
Thank you. Well, we'd have hated to lose the trunk. Here's $35. Keeps the change.
Oh, say, thanks. Good night.
Night. So you've come back again, as you said you would. Well, you haven't beaten me yet.
Albert, who was it? Why, that was trunk. I thought it was in storage.
It was, dear, but they're closing the storage house. They brought it back.
Oh, I see. Looks rather worn now, doesn't it? Albert, how do we know there isn't a letter or something in the trunk that'll give us a clue to Mother's disappearance?
Now, Louise, you know that's ridiculous. There's nothing in that trunk but clothes.
Oh, you're probably right, Albert, but just the same, I'm going to open it.
But you haven't got the key to it.
No, but I have half a dozen old keys on this ring. Possibly, just possibly, one of them might open the trunk.
Well, here, let me have the keys. I'll see if I can open it for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Here you are.
Just a waste of time, but it'll make you feel better. This one doesn't work. Nope, nor does this one.
Why, Albert, you're not even really trying. Here, let me...
I tell you, it's no use.
Well, let me try for myself. Oh, no, this key doesn't...
I told you so. Now, why don't you give up?
This one doesn't either.
You're only wasting your time.
No, this one isn't any good. Perhaps this one will do it. Oh, no. None of these keys will open it. But in the morning, I'm going to get a locksmith to open it. I've got to see what's in that trunk. Perhaps it'll lead to our finding Mother.
So she's going to get a locksmith in the morning, is she? Well, you won't be here when he comes. I'll see to that.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You're not, do you hear? You're not. You'll never come back after tonight. Never. Pardon me, miss, but you store trunks here, don't you?
Well, yes, sir. This is the largest storage house in New York. Do you wish to store that trunk you just brought in?
Yes, please.
May I have your name?
Williams. John Williams.
And the address?
313 Maple Street.
Mm-hmm. What city, please?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Okay. Now, the charge for the trunk will be $4 a month. How many months do you want to store it?
How many months? Let me see how much money I have. I've only $8 with me.
Well, that'll pay for 2 months, then. If you want to keep it here longer, you can mail us your check.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. Here's your receipt, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good night.
And so Albert got rid of the embarrassing trunk at last. So there was only one little hitch. Before he could send any more money, he lost the storage receipt, and he forgot the false name he'd given the storage people. So he couldn't pay for additional storage. But he knew they'd keep it at least a year. He was quite sure that it could never be traced back to him. So after a few months, he stopped worrying.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm all right, Albert.
Fine. Say, I bumped into George Horton and his wife on the way home, and they asked us to come to a charity auction that's being held tonight.
That was very nice of them, Albert.
Why don't we go, dear? Do you a lot of good. You haven't been anywhere for 6 months now.
I know, Albert, and I've been unfair to you, haven't I? You haven't seen anyone in 6 months yourself. All right, if you like, I'll go to the charity auction tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, now what am I bid for this beautiful antique lamp? Do I have $5? Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. Look closely at this work of art. Now, do I hear $5?
I bid $5.
Now, then we have a lady with a real sense of beauty. Now, do I hear $6?
Good evening, George. Hello, Albert. I'm glad that Louise and you came. How are you, Louise?
Quite well, thank you. It was nice of you to invite us here, Joe.
Well, we've missed both of you quite a bit these past months.
Well, I hope we'll be seeing more of it. You know, you've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Yes, we hope to raise a good deal of money. You know, that auctioneer is a genius. He can sell the most useless objects and make it seem valuable.
Well, we'll have to get in on the bidding.
Hey, wait till you see the next item he puts up for sale. It's something I donated, and it's going to be quite a surprise.
You were always good at that, George.
Come on, let's move a little closer to the auctioneer.
Do I hear 12? Do I hear 12? All right, I've got $11. Well, you're going to let this remarkable lamp go for as little as $11. All right, it's your last chance, ladies and gentlemen. Going at $11 once. Going twice. Sold for the gentleman in the tweed suit. And very fortunate he is.
That lamp couldn't have cost more than $3 when it was new. Oh, now here comes something for sale that I donated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. The next item for sale is something so good that I'm tempted to enter in the bidding myself. Ladies and gentlemen, my assistant will remove that cover. And there you have the next bargain. A locked trunk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, study it well. Study it well, ladies and gentlemen. I'll give you a few minutes. Then we'll start the bidding.
The trunk. No, it can't be. And yet, it's the same size. It's the same color. The initials, that'll prove what it... No, they seem to have been rubbed off.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
You are back. When I didn't send them any more money, they sold the trunk for charges.
Yes, I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
All right, here we are. Now, this is no ordinary trunk, ladies and gentlemen. It was donated to this auction by Mr. George Horton, who bought it at a storage house. He never broke the lock to examine the contents, preferring to save that wonderful surprise for the person who purchases this remarkable trunk tonight. All right, who knows what it contains? Perhaps the crown jewels of Russia. Or, better still, is 5 quarts of scotch. All right, now who'll start the bidding for this mystery trunk?
I'll bid $20.
$20? Why, madam, the trunk alone is worth $40. Who knows what's in it?
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
No.
Albert, you look so pale. Is there anything wrong?
Huh? What? Oh, no. Everything's all right.
Oh, come, ladies and gentlemen. The contents of this trunk may be priceless. Do I hear a bid of $30?
I'm afraid I'm just as curious as everyone else to know what's in that trunk. I'll bid $30.
We have a bid of $30 from Mr. Horton, the German who donated this mystery trunk. All right, do I hear $40?
Albert, that trunk looks something like Mother's, doesn't it?
So you'll notice.
Surely I hear $40. Why, any dealer would pay $40 for the trunk alone. That means you'd have the contents for free. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Do I hear $40?
$40?
There's a lady with a shrewd eye for a bargain. All right. Who bids $50?
I'll say 50.
But, Albert, we don't need a trunk.
Oh, let him have fun, Louise. After all, it is for charity. Besides, you can never tell what's in the trunk.
I wish I could bid on this myself, ladies and gentlemen. I now have a bid of $50, which I am convinced is only 1/10 the true value of this trunk. All right. Do I hear $60?
$60.
$70. That's more like it. Now, do I hear $80?
$80.
$100. Ah, you people are beginning to show real appreciation for this trunk. We'll make it 110.
110.
120. Do I hear 130?
130.
150.
Oh, fun, Albert, but you're going too high.
Leave me alone.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
The gentleman has bid $150. Do I hear any more? Going once at 150. Going twice at 150. Sold to that gentleman for $150.
I never saw anyone go after anything the way you went after that trunk, Albert. Well, I'm afraid nothing will satisfy the crowd now but for you to open up the trunk and reveal what's in it.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to open until I get home. No.
Come on, Albert. Now don't spoil the fun. It won't hurt to open it.
I told you I wouldn't do it. No, I'm sorry, George, but well, I haven't a key to open it, and there's no sense in breaking the lock after paying $150 for the trunk.
Well, maybe I can help you, Mr. Horton. I've some skeleton keys that'll open any lock. Here, I'll show you. We auctioneers always running into locked trunks.
Oh, we'll certainly appreciate it.
Yeah. I think this key will do it.
Stop! You have no right to touch my trunk. I paid for it, and I don't want it open. Now get away from it. It's mine.
Albert, what's wrong with you?
Well, all right, certainly, if that's the way you feel about it.
Come on, Louise. We're going home.
Albert, you're acting so strangely. Why do you insist on dragging that trunk away now?
Stop talking and come along.
Well, all right, Albert.
Albert, that trunk is pretty heavy. Don't you want me to give you a hand with it?
I can manage it alone, thank you. Open that door for me, Louise.
Albert, don't you think you'd better let George help you get the trunk down those stairs?
No, I'm not going to let anyone touch this trunk.
You've always wanted to get rid of me, Albert, to keep me away from my only child. But I refuse to give her up. I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Albert, do be careful on those stairs.
I've come back, Albert, and I'm staying for good.
Be quiet, you old hag. Be quiet. You haven't defeated me yet. I'll get rid of you if it's the last thing I...
What happened, Mr. Horton?
He lost his balance on the stairs. The trunk was too heavy for him.
Oh, Albert, speak to me. Albert. George, do something.
I'm sorry, Louise. I'm afraid he's gone. Trunk crushed his skull.
Hey, look, Mr. Horton. The fall broke the trunk open. There was nothing in it but a load of books.
Mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Too bad about poor Albert. Then there are always some mother-in-laws you simply can't get away from. They keep coming back like an old refrain. Oh, well, Albert's now a free man. Unless, of course, he's being haunted on the other side. Now, I recall another case in which a young man who woke up to find himself dead decided that... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
be the lot for today. Oh, how's that kettle of yours?
Just about boiling. Would you like some tea?
Very much. I'll have a word to Dr. Lanyon, and then I'll be along.
You'll find him in the dispensary talking to Nancy.
Oh, good Lord, not again. What do I pay that young woman for if she does nothing but lure my assistant away from his work?
I wish they'd hurry up and get it over.
Well, judging by what I saw through the glass door last night, he isn't wasting any time.
Neither is she, if you ask me.
Well, I imagine we'll be giving them our blessing very soon. I'll be sorry when she goes. She's a first-rate chemist.
She was talking about doing some research. Perhaps she could work with you.
Not with me. I've given up all that now.
Oh, surely not. Oh, that seems wrong. You were doing such valuable work.
Enough to prove to me, Peter, my dear, that insufficient knowledge is an extremely dangerous thing.
Oh, but you mustn't. What about your work on anesthetics and the possibility of nerve blocks?
How did you know about that?
I'm an ardent reader of the Lancet, don't forget.
And you just forget all you ever read about me. It's over and done with. And if you could look into my laboratory, you'd find the whole place covered with dust.
I never thought you'd give up.
Give up? Is that what you call it?
Isn't it that?
Why do you think so?
You had a bad breakdown from overwork, but that doesn't mean you should give it up altogether.
Nurse Peters, do I take it that you're daring to criticize the conduct of your medical superior? Where's your knowledge of professional etiquette?
My professional etiquette isn't strong enough to stand the thought of you becoming a back number.
Woman, go and boil your kettle and leave these matters to your betters.
You can make a joke of it, but I think you ought to be ashamed of yourself, Henry Jekyll.
Ah, bless you, Peter. You're the first person who scolded me like that since Mother died. I didn't know how much I'd missed it.
If it's a mother you're in need of...
Oh, don't think that you'd be any good as a candidate. You're far too young and pretty when you blush like that.
Oh, please don't.
I mean it.
Go and see Dr. Lanyon. You're wasting time again.
Well, I won't come back if you don't give me toasted crumpets with my tea.
You've been looking in my cupboard.
Oh, no, I haven't. I've got second sight.
Well, then perhaps you can tell me what I'm going to give you to put on them.
Of course I can. Strawberry jam.
Wrong. It's honey Mother sent me up from Devonshire, and a clot of cream.
Devonshire? Oh, perhaps I can call and see her when I'm down there.
Are you going to Devonshire?
Yes. There's someone down there I particularly want to see.
Will you be going soon?
Oh, as soon as I can fix things up to get away. It's one of the things I want to see Dr. Lanyon about. So I'd better make sure of catching him before he goes.
Stranger down this way, sir?
Well, not really. I've been down here once or twice before.
Can't say as I recall your face. Strange. There ain't many as comes this way that old Jeremy can't remember.
You don't get many visitors, I suppose.
Just now and again, sir. Now and again. Out of the way we be, but none the worse for that.
Indeed you're not. This is a very pretty little village you've got.
Aye, snug it be, tucked in at the back of them hills. I ought to see them come autumn time, when they have us out. A rare sight they be, and no mistake. Stopping long in these parts?
No, not long. I've just come down on business, as a matter of fact. I wonder, can you tell me if any of the Trelawney family are still in the old house?
Trelawney? Aye, that they be. There's old Samuel and his daughter, the same as they always was. It's not likely that they'd ever be leaving the place.
And young Sam?
Aye, Sammy went to South Africa, years so gone. Naught's been heard of him, as far as anybody knows.
He didn't get married then?
To Widow Cole's lass. Nay, that were called off long before he went. She were fit for nothing since that accident she had.
And what became of her?
Well, when her mother died, she were took in by her auntie down at Grogley Alt. Been there this 2 years or more.
And Hester? And the old man, Trelawney, are still at the farm? I wonder, would he see me if I called?
He might. Then he might take a fit into his head and set the dogs on you. Old Samuel's got mortal bitter since young Sammy went away. Oh, they do say it was partly his own doing.
Oh, well, I think I'll take a chance about the dogs. Good day to you.
Good day, sir. Now, what might a young swell like that be doing in these parts? Sticking his nose into other folks' business.
Badger, Rufus, Barney, come here. Stop that barking.
Lie down. Be quiet, will you?
Good afternoon. Be you wanting to see someone?
You're Miss Trelawney, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I've come up from London. I was wondering, could I see your father?
Father doesn't see many strangers. What was it about?
Well, I've been asked to come and see him on behalf of a man named Edward Hyde.
Edward Hyde?
Yes.
You'd best not mention that name in this house.
I think if your father would listen to me, I might be able to do something that would make your memory less bitter.
Esther, who's there?
A gentleman's come up from London, Father. He wants to see you.
What about?
I think you'd best be coming inside. Father's not left his chair these 2 years now. If you'll just step this way and mind your head on the lintel. The doors are made low in these parts.
Thank you. Oh, Jekyll is my name. Dr. Henry Jekyll.
What are you talking about, Esther? Who is this stranger? What does he want?
I'm bringing him in now, if you'll only have patience. Through this door on your left, Doctor. This is Dr. Jekyll, Father. He's got something he wants to talk to you about.
Well, if it's about selling the place, he might as well save himself his breath. There's been 9 generations that Trelawney is living here, and I'll not be the one to let it pass into other hands.
It's all right, Mr. Trelawney. I haven't come to try and get your farm away from you.
Well, what have you come for, then? What's brought you all the way from London?
I've come at the request of a man I happen to know. He asked me to come down here to try and make amends for an injury he once did you.
A man did me an injury? Oh, there's only one man that I know of who ever did that.
I haven't any doubt that we're thinking of one and the same person. I'm referring to Edward Hyde.
Did you say he was a friend of yours? If that's so, you can get out of this house. No man who has anything to do with him can ever stay here.
Father, calm yourself. You'll be getting bad again if you get so worked up.
And then what does he mean, coming here talking about Edward Hyde? Has he come to torment us and remind us of things best forgotten?
Oh, no, I've come to try and make amends.
How could you do that? Can you bring back my son to me and wipe out the disgrace of that fine girl?
Well, I came to see you. You see, I can't undo the past, but there may be some means of making the future a little better.
Who are you? What have you to do with such a man as Hyde?
Well, I can't tell you that, but let me say that I'm, in a way, his executor.
Executor? Then he's dead.
Oh, no, not dead, but gone away.
I know. He's disappeared to save himself from the gallows. If ever a man was ripe for the hangman,
Father, try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when I think of that man? I've never ceased to regret that I didn't choke him with these 2 hands, the way I wanted to when I first set eyes on him.
Dr. Jekyll, I really think you'd better be going. Father's not well enough to stand excitement.
Then can I have a talk to you?
Some other time, maybe. I'll have to see to Father now. He's looking very bad.
Well, I'm a doctor, don't forget. Now, let me feel his pulse. I promise not to upset him anymore.
Very well. But for mercy's sake, don't talk about that man.
I won't. Now, Mr. Trelawney, just lie quiet and let me see how that heart of yours is behaving. That's better. That's right. Now, just let your wrist relax.
Well, it'll be all right soon.
Of course you will. Of course you will. Well, I'll go now, and I'll not trouble you any more. You'll be all right, I think. The heart is rapid, but it's beating quite evenly.
Will you come out here? I want to speak to you.
Why, certainly.
Where did you get that ring you're wearing?
Why do you ask?
It's the same that he had on his hand.
He? You mean Hyde?
Yes. I'll never forget it. He had it on the night he came and told us about my brother Sam. I remember the way the light shone on it.
You're quite right. It is his. He gave it to me as a memento.
Memento? Of him? All we've been trying to do is forget him.
Well, Miss Trelawney, if you'll only hear what I've come to tell you, I think you'll be able to forget him much easier.
All right. I'll come and see you then. Where will you be?
I've taken a room in the little inn in the village. Could you come down there?
I'll come down later on after Father's gone to sleep.
Very well. I'll wait there for you. Call me if you get worried about Mr. Trelawney. I'm awfully sorry to have upset him like that.
You weren't to know. But the mere mention of that man's name is enough to make him bad for days.
I think I do know. Everything.
Hyde never told you the whole truth of it.
He had no secrets from me.
Then no wonder your hair's gone white and you're still a young man. The things that man must have carried in his heart would be enough to haunt you for the rest of your days.
They do. That's why I've come down here. To try and lay a ghost. Will you help me?
All right. I'll come down this evening after it's got dark.
I'll wait for you. In the parlor of the little inn.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul. Freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part and each particular hair to stand on end. So spoke the ghost of Hamlet's father, but the words might well have been applied to the horror of Bene Debele. plain is the heart of darkest Africa, a tiny nameless village not far from Bene. The village but a small clearing fighting off the ever-engulfing jungle. The jungle, dark, mysterious, full of fearful sounds and fuller yet of fearsome shadows. Overhead, the sky is lost beyond the locked and twisted branches of tall trees, and below, the black of night is pierced by the kill call of the lion, the sharp, hysterical laugh of the hyena, the shuddering whimpering of a group of natives shivering about the campfire. 3 white men, their rifles across their knees, stare out into the surrounding blackness.
If you want to know what I think you fellas are batty. You've been out here too long. You've let a lot of native gossip get under your hide.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I haven't seen this thing.
The natives who have seen it say it's a black leopard. I've only seen its tracks, and they're enormous, bigger than any lion spoor I've ever seen. I set a trap for the brute last night. It didn't go off, and this morning I went to take a look at it. It had been set off by hand.
One of the natives probably set it off.
Do you think any one of the natives would come out here after dark, with almost a dozen of their brothers lying back there mangled so that you can't tell they were ever human beings? Not on your life.
Irrespective of what it is, we've got to kill it. Or the natives will pack up and leave the village. You can't convince them that it is no Nakapa, the witch doctor.
But it's so silly. The idea that just because they expelled the witch doctor, that he should turn himself into a black leopard and come back to kill them one by one. Why, it's silly.
Maybe it is silly. But look at it from their standpoint. Old Nakapa, who's 70 ibbies a day, wants to marry the village belle. Her father defies the witch doctor, and the old devil casts a spell on her. In a week, she's dead.
Jack will say that's coincidence.
Yes, because he hasn't been out here as long as we have. In any case, the villagers drive old Nakapa out of the village. He curses them and the village and tells them that he'll return in the form of a wild beast and kill them one by one.
And the next night, one of them is mauled by a black panther.
And the night after that, and after that, and after that, till 10 of them have been killed. Laugh that off, will you?
Coincidence.
Listen, I'm willing to accept 1 or 2 as coincidence, but 10, well, that's different.
Why not 10? If the brute's got a taste for human flesh, why not the whole village? If he's a man-eating panther.
There's a subtle distinction between a panther and a leopard. Leopards are not man-eaters.
And why only the men? Since even a wild animal knows that the women are easier to get.
You're jittery, that's all.
Stay tuned. We've got more of this unsolved mystery coming up right after this short break. And now let's return to Unsolved Mystery on When Radio Was.
What's that? You're not jittery, are you? Well, that's probably a wild parrot.
That? A parrot's rot.
Then you name it. Go on. You've heard it twice. Name it.
Well, I can't. I never heard anything like it.
Why not? Why not?
Yes, Nietzsche?
He come. That Nakapa. You hear him? Nakapa give witch doctor call of death.
That scream we heard was the witch doctor?
You heard what Nietzsche said.
Come on. Time we're getting away from fire.
Yes, Nietzsche.
Yes, Buana.
Well, boy, who afraid, follow me. Lie quiet by fire. No move, no speak. Only lie quiet.
Yes, Buana. Me tell him, number 1.
All right, fellows, follow me. We'll get onto the trail.
Forcing their way through the dense underbrush, the 3 white men, followed closely by their gun bearers, worked their way to the animal trail. The jungle has become strangely still at the horrifying shrieks of the witch doctor, almost as though brute beasts though they were, they voiced silent disapproval of anything so brutish. The party pushes on, their general direction toward Bene. Suddenly, holding up his hand for silence, Frank stops. Then points to a yawning black hole in the already black jungle. A pair of gleaming eyes, a streak of glistening white below, the foam-flecked jaws of a maddened animal.
Take careful aim. You, Bill, after me, and you, Jack, take the brute if he leaps to the right.
Right, okay.
Again.
It's gone. I know I hit
So did I. Come on, let's hurry.
Look here, the tracks.
Come here, quick.
What is it?
We did hit it, look.
Somebody's shot took effect. Why, that shot popped its jaw away.
Come on, it's at the village.
Even the beasts know there's something not quite right.
Beats me how the brute can run at all. It must be more than half dead. If it gets into the compound, we'll have no difficulty finding it.
We'll be at the compound in a moment.
Buena.
Yes, Nietzsche?
Here, Buena. Here is trading again.
My gosh, he's right. Look, headed this way.
What on earth does a half-dead animal want to come this way for? It has to cross the whole length of the compound before it can reach jungle again.
Take it easy now, fellas. We're at the end of the trail.
Bleeding pretty badly now. The spore's soaking.
All right. I'll go first. And no foolhardiness. No hasty shooting.
Right. Look, the trail leads right to your bungalow.
I know it. Stand back. I'm going first.
It went into the living room. Look out when you go through the opening.
This is the... Jack stops dead. His eyes start from his head. The bloody paw marks cross the bare wood floor and end before a huge oak chest. He points and stutters.
But it isn't here.
Yes, it is. Got your 45 ready, Bill?
Yes.
Stand on the left side of the chest. You, Jack, in front. I'll open it.
On tiptoe and in silence, the three men take their places. The native boys crouch in the open doorway. Taking his 45 in his left hand, Frank slowly opens the heavy lid of the chest. A gasp of horror escapes them. Incredulously, Jack leans farther forward and stares into the chest. Sprawled like some nightmarish monster, half his jaw shot away, lies Nakapa, the witch doctor. The horror of Bene Debele. Dead. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the horror of Bene Debele. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken with the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is Frank Hilton's bungalow 1 hour later. The natives have disposed of the horror, and the three white men are seated at the table while Nietzsche, the native boy, serves them something to steady their nerves.
Well, Jack, what have you to say now?
Nothing. I want to forget it.
You won't. Not as long as you live.
But it's impossible. I expect to wake up any minute and find it's all a nightmare.
Yes, and every time you think of it, you'll do the same thing.
In spite of the fact that I was here, I still don't believe it.
Oh, it's true, all right. This isn't my first experience with one of the things. No, and not Bill's either. You'll get used to it if you live here long enough.
Not me. I'll take my chances elsewhere. What would you call it?
Never mind what I call it. Science calls it lycanthropy.
Science? Does science recognize what we just saw?
Yes. Lycanthropy is, first in folklore, the liability of a person to turn into an animal, and secondly in pathology, the belief of a person that he or she is some sort of an animal.
Sort of insanity?
Yes. The idea is this, that the person who, through mental maladjustment, begins to think like an animal will, when removed from the company of human beings, actually turn into an animal.
But it's impossible. Humanly impossible. Biologically impossible.
Yeah. Take a look at this. I've kept it for such unbelievers as you.
Extract from volume 17 of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yes, I had it copied.
As a pathological state, it is characterized by the patient's belief that he has been metamorphosed into an animal and is often accompanied by craving for strange articles of food, including the flesh of human beings or corpses. But when he leaves the neighborhood of a man, real metamorphosis may be asserted.
Pleasant sort of idea, isn't it?
It's ghastly.
The common name is werewolves. But wolves are by no means the only animal. The Britannica states further. In Java, we meet with the were-tiger. In South America, the were-jaguar. In Abyssinia, generally a woman and in the form of hyena or leopard.
And this is the world in which we live.
Yes. Shakespeare expressed it admirably when he wrote, "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in our philosophy."
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you the story of a woman who finds a letter warning of death and has only 3 hours to deliver it. A transcribed tale we call The Death Parade, starring Miss Agnes Moorehead. Before our play begins, here is a word about Autolite from our good friend Harlow Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. You got the time?
Always have the time to discuss those great ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, Hap.
No, the time of day.
Day or night, those matchless marvels designed by Autolite ignition engineers are magic for merry motoring.
Harlow, I'd like to know what time it is.
10 to 1.
10 to 1?
Yeah. 10 to 1 that when you replace worn-out spark plugs in your car with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you'll get smoother performance, quick starts, gas savings.
Oh, 3 o'clock. Then your watch is working.
With all the precision of Autolite spark plugs, Hap. Why, they're designed by the same Autolite engineers who design the complete ignition system for many leading makes of our finest cars. And that's why Autolite spark plugs are world famous for quality and dependability.
Yeah.
And now, with the Death Parade and the performance of Miss Agnes Moorehead, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Some parade, eh?
I'll say.
Something about a parade.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Well, I guess it's all over. Sure has been a nice day for it.
Yeah. Not a cloud in the... Hey, look. Up there on the roof.
Where?
The Benson building. Hey, look out! Look out!
She's gonna fall! She's gonna fall! Go back!
Go back!
No!
All right, now, Miss Johnson, let's try and talk about this. This girl fell or was pushed off a roof this morning. You say you were the only other person there at the time.
I was. I told you. Oh, what do you mean, Push? You think that... Oh, can you?
I know you're upset. Just take it easy.
Upset? I'm nearly out of my mind. I don't see how you can expect me to tell you anything. First you accuse me and now... How can you believe in me so unfeeling? All I was trying to do was just... Oh, it's freezing in here. You've no right to keep me in
here. Try some coffee. It'll make you feel better. Now, you told us you know something about this accident. Something more than we already know.
Yes, I do, Lieutenant. I mean, it never would have happened, don't you see?
Oh, sure. Well, come on now. Yeah, this'll help.
Well, I'm so nervous. It's spilled.
Oh, that's all right. We'll clean it up later.
That's how it started. That's how it started this morning, just like that. The coffee, that poor girl wouldn't have died if the coffee hadn't spilled. That's just how it started. My name's Ellen Johnson. Oh, I told you that. I work at the Farnsworth Chemical Plant. For 12 years I've been there and never missed an hour of work. That is, until today. It was so unnecessary. That horrible, rude little man, he was the one. I'm very precise about my daily habits, very. When you live alone, you arrange things that way. In the morning, I get up and allow myself time to take coffee and toast at the cafe on the corner. I've always disliked cooking in the morning. I leave the cafe at 8:15 precisely in order to be at my desk exactly at 9. Well, this morning it was the same. It's just the same, except that horrible man. He was just awful. As I sat at the counter, I could feel him there. He was 2 seats away, thin and dark, making a nasty noise as he drank his coffee. It was all his fault.
Ain't going to see the parade this afternoon, miss?
I'm afraid I'll be working.
Too bad. Could be good for business.
I imagine so.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Hey, you. 25.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee and toast, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you.
Thanks.
Pass the sugar, will
Good morning.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, what's the matter? I asked for the sugar. You can't pass it?
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, why, look at that. You deliberately spilled that coffee all over my...
Gee, ain't that a shame? What a clumsy. Gee, am I sorry?
He wasn't in the least sorry. He'd done it on purpose. On purpose. I was wearing a gray silk dress and it's probably ruined. And he just stood there and wiped at the thing with his napkin, smiling, dirty, crooked teeth. I pushed him away and I walked out. I knew I was going to be late because I had to change, so I went home again. Well, if I hadn't gone home, this awful thing might never have happened. It took me 15 minutes to get back to the apartment, change my dress, and leave again for the office. Well, I'd walked 3 blocks when I saw the letter. It was lying on the pavement in front of an apartment house. It was unsealed and addressed simply to Miss Sheila Mannix. No house number or street.
Dear Sheila Mannix, you don't know me. I just got into the city. It doesn't matter who I am, but this is a warning. Believe me, you better take notice. Jack's got it in for you. I stopped reading. There was some more, but I didn't want to go on. It frightened me a little, and, well, I'm not one to pry into other people's business, but this wasn't prying, really. It wasn't. The letter was important. Whoever had written it must have forgotten to put the address on it, and it had fallen out of their pocket. I made up my mind then I would go into the apartment house. It was possible that the writer lived there, and on his way out had dropped it. Janitor. Oh, janitor. That's here.
Yeah?
Are you the janitor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we got no vacancy.
No, I don't want, look, this letter, it's not addressed. Do you know the handwriting? I thought maybe...
Nobody by that name living here.
I didn't ask you that. All I want you to do is to tell me if you recognize the handwriting. It might belong to someone living here.
Well, how come you opened it?
Well, it was lying on the pavement outside.
So give it to the mailman.
It's important. I mean, what's in the letter is important. I think she ought to get it.
So the post office will forward it.
Well, can't you see there's no address? How can they forward it? How stupid.
Listen, you don't have to get nasty. Well, I told you, she don't live here no more.
I'm sorry. Who doesn't live here anymore?
Mannix. She had 2A about 6 months ago.
Sheila Mannix lived here? Where did she move to? Can you tell me?
No forwarding address.
But I must find her.
I'm sorry, lady. I can't help.
Then I thought of the police. I should have told them about the letter, but I didn't. I didn't know what else was in it then. So I went back to my own apartment, and I looked through the telephone book. There were 2 Sheila Mannixes listed. The first lived on Maple Street, and the second on South Tower. I rang the Maple number first.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Miss Sheila Mannix speaking?
This is Sheila Mannix. Who's this?
My name is Ellen Johnson, and I found a letter this morning addressed to Sheila Mannix.
Oh, sure.
I thought it was important, and I wanted to make sure it got to the right party.
Who's it from?
Well, that's it. I don't know.
Well, why don't you open it?
Well, I have, but I only read a few lines.
Oh.
Do you know someone named Jack?
Jack? Yeah, I have a nephew.
Well, then perhaps
But
maybe...
he's in Colorado, though.
Well, it seems to be some sort of a warning.
Warning?
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, the letter says that Jack has got it in for you. It's a warning from...
Oh, I'm afraid the letter isn't for me. My Jack is 10 years old.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to trouble you.
That's all right. Goodbye.
As I hung up, I looked at my watch. It was 9 o'clock. There was my job, but I just had... The second Sheila Mannix listed in the directory lived on South Tower. I dialed the number, and I waited. I got the letter out of my purse and read it. This time I read all of it. Dear Sheila Mannix, you don't know me. I just got into the city. It doesn't matter who I am, but this is the warning. Believe me, you better take notice. Jack's got it in for you. He was drunk one night and told me about it. Somebody you knew pretty well died last year. He didn't fall off that building. He was pushed, and Jack did it. He said he was going to get you, too. I would have told the police, but they'd start to get nosy about me. Jack's on his way here, and from the way he talks, he'd better not find you around. He talked crazy about a parade, the corner of Main and Thomas, and 12 o'clock. That's when he's going to do it. A friend. I sat there holding a piece of paper that carried a death warning for a woman I'd never seen, and I knew where and when she was going to be killed.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Agnes Moorehead in The Death Parade. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
The second Sheila Mannix's address was 317 South Tower Street. I got my car out, and I drove there. It must have been nearly 9:45 when I drew up outside. It was an old rooming house. Oh, hurry up. Come on.
What do you want?
I'm very sorry to trouble you. Is your name...
You'll have to talk louder. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I wonder if you could tell me, is your name Sheila Mannix?
No, it's not.
But the phone book has a Sheila Mannix listed at this address.
Oh, it's her phone. She pays for it.
Oh.
I never have no cause to use it.
She does live here then?
Yes, she has a room upstairs. What's the matter?
Does she work? Is she at work now?
Well, how should I know? I never ask her where she goes. What's she done?
You mean you don't know where she works? Do you know where she lived before she moved here?
No. You see, she never says nothing. She's quiet and keeps to herself.
But where can I find her? It's important that I learn where she is right away.
Well, she'll be home prompt by 7. She always is, you know. You come back then if you got to see her.
Well, 7 will be too late. I've got to find her now before 12.
There ain't no use shouting at me.
Well,
I can't tell you no more than I already have. I don't know nothing about
I'm
Sheila.
sorry. Good morning. Now, I knew that I'd wasted far too much time. I had to call the police. There was a drugstore on the corner, and I ran down the block to it.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Yes, do you have a phone?
One over there, but it's out of order.
Oh, then could I use yours? It's an emergency.
I'm sorry, I don't have a private
I've got to
phone.
call the police. I've never been mixed up in anything like this before. It's a letter I found this morning, a warning about somebody being killed.
Well, there's a phone in the next door. You can use that.
Maybe you know her. She lives down the block.
Who?
Sheila Mannix. She's the one. At least I think so.
Mannix? Sure. She comes in often to have a prescription filled. Very nice young woman.
Do you know anything about her? I mean, where she works? I've got to find her right away.
No,
Please, it's urgent. I asked her landlady. She didn't know.
Well, it seems to me she did mention it once.
Think you must think, please.
Well, now, it was just the other day we were chatting while I filled her prescription. She said something about
Was it a restaurant? A cashier, maybe?
No.
Department store, elevator operator? Cat, clothes, shoes, usher, telephone operator, maybe?
No, doesn't hit. I'm
You're
sorry.
Not thinking.
Listen, ma'am, if I could help you, I would, but...
Oh, my. Friends in the neighborhood. Somebody you might know.
No, never mentioned them.
Oh, can't you remember? Maybe she worked in an office, huh? Maybe.
Excuse me a moment. It's a customer. You better go next door and call the police.
But can't you remember?
I'll be back.
Maybe a chorus girl. Does she work in a bookstore? Oh, well, I can't wait. I'll come back after I've called. Oh, a bar. What will they think, a woman going into a bar?
Hey, ma'am,
Huh?
wait a minute. Look, I remember.
Oh.
You said bookstore. It's a book company. Simmons Book and Stationery Corporation.
Oh,
that was
thank
it.
you.
Simmons
Thank
Book and Stationery Corporation.
Thank you. It's on Main. Yes, I know the place. Thank you very much. Simmons Book and Stationery. Why, I had been there dozens of times. She might even have waited on me. I looked at my watch. It was 10:30. I really meant to call the police from the bar, but I didn't know how long it would take to explain. And even then, they might not investigate without seeing the letter first. I thought of the corner of Main and Thomas, the parade, and 12 o'clock. An hour and a half. I ran to get my car. I knew that once I found Sheila Mannix and gave her the warning, she'd be safe.
Good morning. May I help you?
Yes, please. I'd like to speak to Miss Mannix, Miss Sheila Mannix. I understand that she works here.
Yes, of course. Is there anything I can help you with?
No, thank you. It's personal.
Yes. 1 minute, please.
Oh, I'd found her, and it was going to be all right now. While I waited, I looked at the books lining the walls. I was standing in front of the mystery section. You know the first title that caught my eye was Time for a Murder?
I'm very sorry, ma'am, but one of the other girls tells me that Miss Mannix had an appointment.
She's not here?
Well, I'm sorry. Now, perhaps I...
But where did she go? Let me talk to the girl.
Well, I think to the doctor.
What doctor? Where? When did she leave?
Well, if you'll wait here, I'll find out for you.
Oh, I could have cried. It was almost 11 o'clock, and that silly, precious little salesman, he took forever. How long does it take to get an address? I started to walk to the back of the store when he came down the aisle toward me.
Well, I'm sorry to have taken so long. A customer on the phone, you know.
It's all right. I don't care. Just give me that doctor's address.
Oh, yes, I have it right here. Dr. Morton, 101 Flower Street.
101 Flower, Dr. Morton. When did she leave?
Oh, I forgot to ask if you'll...
No, I'm going there now. Listen, if she comes back, if I miss her, you tell her to stay right here. Don't let her leave the store again. It's a lack of fact. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, well, all right. Is something wrong?
something wrong. I ran to a telephone booth. I knew that I'd done as much as I could alone to save that poor girl.
Police Department, Sergeant Leonard.
Please listen carefully. There's a murder going to be committed at 12 o'clock.
Who is this?
Oh, that doesn't matter. My name's Ellen Johnson. I found a letter in the street this morning. It was to a woman called Mannix, Sheila Mannix.
Would you spell that, please?
Mannix. Mannix. There's not time for...
When did you find the letter?
I told you this morning. Oh, what difference does it make? It was at 9, I think.
Why didn't you call earlier?
I didn't because, I tried to find her myself. I think I know where she is, but
Have you got the letter with
you? Yes, I have.
Would you read it, please?
Well, there isn't time. You've got to send some men here. It's a warning. Somebody called Jack is going to kill her at 12 o'clock on the corner of Main and Thomas.
There's a parade going on then. What does this woman look like? Can you give us a description?
No, I've never seen her. I don't even know her.
You say you think you know where she is?
Yes, at a Dr. Morton, 101 Flower Street.
Where are you calling from?
Simmons Book and Stationery Store. She works here.
Will you get a description of the woman, please? I'll wait.
Yes, of course. Don't hang up. I found the young man again, and he told me what Sheila Mannix looked like. I got back to the phone and told the officer, short, about 5'2", thin, possibly 90 pounds, wearing a brown coat with a brown shoulder strap bag.
We'll try to find her, Miss Johnson. Now, please stay there. I'll have an officer come to the store to pick up the letter.
I put the receiver on the hook and sat in the booth. I was shaking, and my hands were wringing wet. It was 11:20. Somewhere outside, I heard a band playing. The parade must have started. I stayed in the shop, and the minutes passed 11:30, 25 to 12. At 20 minutes to, I just couldn't stand it any longer. The waiting, the awful waiting. I had to do something. I called Sheila Mannix's house again. There was just that chance, that slight chance. Maybe she went home after the doctor. Maybe she's there. 2 more. Oh, wait. No, 3. Let it go 3 more. Oh, be there. You must. You've just got to be.
Hello?
Miss Mannix?
Who is
Miss Mannix,
this?
you'll never know. Listen, you don't know me, but
You have to speak louder. I can't hear a thing on this
Who
thing.
is this? Is this Miss Mannix?
Miss Mannix ain't here. This is the landlady.
Oh, my.
I'm cleaning up. Is there a message?
I couldn't stay in that store any longer, so I gave the letter to the salesman and told him to give it to the police when they arrived. It was 11:45. Main Street was alive with people. It seemed as though the whole city had turned out to watch the parade. I pushed my way along the street towards the intersection. I just couldn't have stayed away if it were my own life depending on it. The crowd was so thick that it was impossible to see anything from the street, and I just had to see. Then I thought of the Benson building and the roof. If I was up on the roof, I could see everything that happened on that corner. It was 5 to 12 when I got in the elevator and took it up to the 19th floor. I had to walk to the roof, and I could hardly breathe as I opened the door and stepped out into the bright sun. Instinctively, I knew that this was the building. The same building that the man in the letter had been pushed from last year. For a minute, I didn't see anyone. And then, at the corner, standing near the edge, looking down, I saw her. A short woman, quite thin, dressed in a brown coat with a shoulder strap bag. Miss Mannix. You are Miss Mannix, aren't you? I've been looking for you. It's about a man called Jack. He's looking... Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Don't be frightened. Don't be frightened. Don't move back. Don't. Don't the edge. Don't. What's the matter? Get away from there. No, you just... No!
That's how it happened, eh?
Yes, I tried.
You spend from 9 o'clock till 12 looking for her, and then you don't call us till 45 minutes before it happens.
I told you why. I just...
You know something, Miss Johnson? I think you're lying.
Lying? How dare you say that? I was doing what I
You
thought
pick
was the
up
right
a letter,
thing.
a warning letter.
Well,
You go to a janitor. You call people on the phone, but not the police.
Well,
You visit Sheila Mannix's house, talk to the landlady, talk to the neighborhood druggist, to the salesman in the bookstore. All witnesses, all alibis.
I wanted to find her, to warn her.
And then you call the police when you're sure it's too late.
How did I know she'd be up there? How?
You set up a nice alibi for yourself. You were alone with Sheila Mannix. Who's to say you didn't push her?
Oh, stop it. You don't know what you're talking about. You've no right. I was trying to help her, that's all. I won't listen to you. I'm going home.
Now, you sit down.
Oh.
I'm holding you for a while. We're going to check, Miss Johnson. We're going to do a lot of checking.
Arrest me? I was a good citizen. I did my duty. I tried to save her, and you were going to...
Oh, yeah?
Oh.
Can I see you for a minute?
Sure. You stay right there, miss. We're not through.
This happened last year.
Murder? Murder, that's what he's saying, that I murdered her.
Books. He called about an hour ago.
Saying that?
Told us the
To
whole
me,
thing.
after all the good I...
Oh.
I was only trying to warn the poor girl.
Take a look at the report.
Oh, where are they
What
holding?
he's saying, it's about me. I know it. I know it. I know it.
Okay. All right, that does it then.
Oh.
All right, Miss Johnson. We know what happened now.
You know? What do you mean you know? I told you that's how it happened, every word.
I'll tell you something. I've got to believe you. There's nothing I can do about it.
Nothing you can do? Well, what should you do? Instead of frightening the life out of me, you should thank me for doing
You listen to me for a change. I'd like nothing better than to throw the book at you, but I can't. We've got the man called Jack. He was picked up in the parade.
There, you see, there. I was right.
The fellow who wrote that letter you found called the police about an hour ago. He told us the story, and that's how we got our boy.
Then she was safe. He couldn't kill her. She wasn't in any danger then, was she?
Oh, yes, she was. You. Because you found her and frightened her to death.
I was only telling her that there was nothing to be afraid of.
Sure, that's all. Do you know that she was standing in the same place where her boyfriend was killed a year ago? And then you come along and mention the name of the man she knew killed him.
What?
Now maybe you know why she was afraid and backed away from you. You didn't know a thing, huh? Well, I want you to know something, though. I want you to sleep with it for the rest of your life. If you'd called the police when you picked up that letter, Sheila Mannix would be alive right now. You think about that.
I can't see where I was wrong. Oh, maybe I should have called sooner, but I did call. If you hadn't taken so long...
Get out here. Go on, get out. It's too bad we can't send you where the other guy's going. He killed last year. You did it today, just as sure as if you'd shot her. Go on.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I understand. I can see why you're upset, and I'm sorry. Sergeant, you understand that I was only doing what I thought right, don't you? It wasn't my fault. It wasn't. If they'd got there sooner, it never would have happened. I've nothing to reproach myself about. Nothing. Oh, I'm so upset. A whole day's work and my gray silk dress ruined. They'll never be able to get that coffee stain out.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Agnes Moorehead.
Backward, turn backward, O time in your flight, and give us a minute to talk Autolite.
That's a good idea, Hap, but it would take us hours to tell about the more than 400 fine products made by Autolite for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many leading makes of cars. Electric windshield wipers, starting motors, wire and cable, voltage regulators, coils, distributors, generators. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly as a part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts, at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, in answer to your many requests, Backseat Driver, repeated for you with its original stars, Fibber McGee and Molly. And during the month of March, you will hear Mr. William Bendix, Mr. Ronald Coleman, and Mr. Jack Carson, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Portions of this program were transcribed. Tonight's cast included Joseph Kearns, Jack Crucian, Byron Kane, Shimon Ruskin, Jerry Hausner, Lou Krugman, Jeanette Nolan, Jay Novello, and Lou Merrill. For some interesting backstage pictures of Agnes Moorehead rehearsing for today's Suspense play, see the current issue of Quick magazine. The Death Parade was written by Shirley Gordon and adapted for Suspense by Anthony Ellis. Agnes Moorehead is currently on tour. Charles Lawton, Charles Boyer, and Sir Cedric Hardwick in the drama quartet presentation of Man and Superman.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Fibber McGee and Molly in Backseat Driver.
You can buy world-famous Autolite standard-type or resistor-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Armed Forces Radio Service invites you to hear Fibber McGee and Molly in Backseat Driver, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It can't happen to you. You read about stuff like that in the papers. Girls murdered and mutilated, drunks left dying in the gutter for the handful of change they had in their pockets. Lonesome old men tortured because some hoodlum get the idea they're misers with a pot of gold hidden under the floorboards of the shack. Sure, you know it's real, but it can't happen to you. Oh, you get your fair share of trouble. I've been a professional man here in Los Angeles for 30 years. I've met up with bums and grifters and petty sharpers. They're around in any business. But the viciousness, the real deep-down dirt, that's for somebody else. You do your work and you go home to your family. And for a real bang-up evening to break the monotony, you take your wife out to a movie. That's what I did that Saturday night. We'd driven all the way in from the San Fernando Valley to Beverly Hills for a picture Ellie especially wanted to see.
Wasn't that a good movie, Joe?
Uh-huh.
Just the kind I like. Songs and dancing and girls in pretty clothes. I get so tired of cops and robbers.
What's wrong with cops and robbers?
Oh, you know what I mean. Murder movies, honestly. All the policemen stupid and all the crooks sneering out of the corners of their mouths.
Yeah, the stuff those Hollywood boys dream of.
Yeah.
You'd think the streets were knee-deep in blood and you couldn't hear yourself think for machine guns. Well, here we are, honey.
You get in first.
Okay. All right, Ellie?
Just a second. All right, Joe. Don't forget gas.
I got plenty to take us out to the valley. I'll fill up at Bill's.
Remember how that song goes, Joe?
What song?
In the picture. You know, Two on the Moon. The one the boy sang to the girl.
Oh, that one. Let's see. Oh, heck, I don't know.
Oh, well. We'll be hearing it again on the radio.
How about turning it on?
The radio? Why, sure.
Set her around 1100. We ought to get some news in a few minutes. I'd like to hear whether they caught that fellow.
That awful mass murderer?
Uh-huh. They spotted him in L.A. this afternoon, but he got away.
I know. You told us at supper. Oh, it makes you shiver.
Don't you worry. He won't get away with it. We left the lights of Beverly Hills behind and turned into Coldwater Canyon. It's as quick a way as any to get us across the Hollywood Hills to the valley. It's dark in the canyon, quiet, with mighty little traffic at night. I cut my lights full up, and we swept up the side of the ridge. The news program came on, but I didn't pay much attention. The fellow was talking about brush fires. They'd already put out the one near my place while they were still patrolling. We were over the ridge and sliding down to the valley before the program got to the part I wanted to hear.
There it is.
Put it up higher, Ellie.
Louis Matrick wiped out an entire family in Greenlee, New Hampshire. Today he was spotted 3,000 miles from the scene of his crime. At 5:30 this afternoon, a patrolman saw and definitely identified Matrick in downtown Los Angeles. However, by darting through heavy traffic at the risk of his life, the killer was again able to make his escape. According to neighbors of the slaughtered family, Matrick was first appeared in Greenlee about a year ago. From fingerprints in the Nolan home, Louis Matrick has been identified as Lloyd Matthews, ex-convict. He is wanted for questioning in the robbery and murder of a New York storekeeper a year ago, a crime that netted the killer less than $20. Matrick, or Matthews, is 32 years old, height 5 feet 9 inches, weight 155 pounds. He has blue eyes, light brown hair, nose slanted to the left. When seen this afternoon, he was wearing a blue suit and gray pork pie hat.
Awful, awful.
Not pretty, no.
And he's somewhere around L.A. this minute. Joe,
Hmm?
you think it's right us leaving Annie and Bud all alone while we...
Now, Ellen, Annie's grown up and Bud's a smart youngster, if I do say so myself. You can't wrap kids in cotton wool.
I know. Oh, I'm silly, I guess. Neighbors close all around. All they'd have to do is yell. But now, what would make a young man do a dreadful thing like that?
Could be a lot of things. Maybe he's got a screw loose. Maybe he went nuts over a girl. Maybe he gets a kick out of killing, like some of them do.
You know all the answers, don't you?
Joe!
Hey, what the... Keep going. Go on, keep going. I got a gun here, and I'll use it. Tell him you...
Ellie?
Against the back of my neck. I can feel it. Cold.
Well, are you going to move?
Okay. Okay, brother, you're the boss.
Yeah, you said it, I'm boss. And remember it. Otherwise, I'll blow a hole through your wife's head. I've had experience in these things.
I drove that car like we were skirting the rim of the Grand Canyon, with nothing between us and the bottom but a mile of country air. This was it. The thing that happens to other people. To the ones that end up on slabs in the morgue. But not to me. Not to Ellie. The first car we'd seen since we left traffic swooped down behind us. We passed, but not before the headlights caught our passenger clean in my rearview mirror. He was hunched forward, sitting on the edge of the back seat, so he could keep the gun rammed into the nape of Ellie's neck. He had light brown hair, pale eyes, a nose that slanted. His mouth twitched, jittery. As the car went by, his eyes caught mine in the mirror and flickered.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Sure. Lose your hat?
Right, boy. Like I said, you know all the answers. No, I didn't lose it. I stuffed it down the train.
Still wearing the blue suit, though.
I figured it changed pretty quick now. Think yours will fit me?
You can have the suit and the car, but just let us...
Ellen.
But, Joe, it's Matrick.
The missus is bright, too.
He crawled in here while we were in the movie. Joe, you should have that car door fixed. You know better.
Honey, I meant to. I was going to tend to it.
Shut up! Let's see if you can both be bright enough to get your trap shut. Turn left on Ventura. Take a slow lane. Don't try playing no tricks. I've been in this burg before.
Okay by me.
That's real sweet of you. Straight out to open country, Mac. And I'll take the missus up on that offer, the suit and car.
What happens to us?
Why, you just walk home. What else? Play it safe and you ain't got a thing to worry about.
That was a laugh, that was. Nothing to worry about. That'd kill you. Once we got out into the open country, we didn't have a chance of walking away from the car. All a murderer can hope for is time. He doesn't leave witnesses around to get the law on his tail 1 second sooner than necessary. All I could do was stall and pray and make what feeble gestures I could at Lady Luck. The thing that came into my mind was so risky it brought my hair up on end. But there was a chance, provided that trigger finger didn't start jerking. In the bright lights of the boulevard, I didn't think he'd notice. But a traffic officer would. turned into Ventura, took the far lane, obedient as a whipped pup. We must have made 2 or 3 miles before I saw what I was hoping for.
What's that?
Huh? The red light? Oh, why, an ambulance, I guess. We see a lot of them here.
That ain't no ambulance. It's a motorcycle.
Joe, it's young Mike Kennedy. He patrols this stretch.
Look, what are you up to? What are you trying to pull?
Nothing. The kid's a friend of ours.
Think you can get me away easy, huh? I warned you. I ain't going alone. You asked for it.
Listen, will you? The kid lives near us. By our feet. All he wants is to pass the time of day. Maybe send a message to our Annie.
Yeah?
Yeah. You start popping now and we'll all be dead. Keep your shirt on. I'll get rid of him.
Okay. But it better be good.
I pulled to the curb. And Mike came alongside. He sat balancing the bike between his knees, and the grin on his face was a mile wide. It had worked. At least we were still alive, and Mike wasn't 2 feet away. And where did we go from here? I had to think, but my brain was wet wool. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth.
Well, what do you know if it isn't Uncle Joe?
Something funny, kid?
After all the times you've read us the riot act about observing the letter of the law, brother, wait till I tell Annie.
Mike Kennedy, what's the matter with you? I didn't notice anything wrong.
Oh, hi, Aunt Ellie. Nothing much the matter. Just Uncle Joe here proceeding sedately out the boulevard with his headlights up full.
Headlights? Oh, by golly, that's right. I must have forgotten to dim them.
You oughtn't to forget these things. Someday a big bad cop might come along and haul you off to the station. Hey, is that Annie back there?
No, it isn't.
It's our new neighbor, Mike, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, is that right? Oh, glad to meet you, sir. Hello. I didn't know there were any vacancies out our way.
Oh, there weren't any until recently. Mr. Anderson has taken the Charles place.
The Charles place? Are you kidding?
No. Looks like things got too much for old man Charles at last. He's clearing out for good.
Kind of sudden, wasn't it?
I guess so.
Oh, it's too bad. For old man Charles, I mean. Mighty nice for Mr. Anderson, though. Good places are hard to find these days. All right, Uncle Joe, I'll let you off this time. Give my love to Annie.
Mike.
What?
Yes, sir?
Nothing. Just come see us soon, boy. Always glad to have you.
Thanks. I'll be around the next night off. Got a date with Annie. So long.
That was that. Mike turned his bike and headed back down the boulevard. The chance had come and gone. But it felt to me like half my mind went off with the boy yelling at him. Must have been a half minute before I could pull myself together and ease back into traffic. Nobody said anything. I didn't dare to, and neither did Ellie. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her holding herself stiff as a ramrod, scared even to turn her head. When two people have lived together as long as we had, each one knows what the other one is thinking. I went back to driving and praying. That and cutting my eyes up to the mirror, just in case there might be a white motorcycle eye following us. There wasn't, of course. Back in the back, I knew he was watching, too. Those flickering eyes darting like lightning between us and the rear window. He was too busy checking to talk. Not that that helped much. Rage and fear were pouring out of him so thick you could have grabbed a hunk of the atmosphere in your hand. It was queer to drive along that crowded highway, traffic streaming both ways, lights from drugstores and cocktail joints and eating houses blazing to the sky. Know if I lifted a finger for help, I'd sign our death warrants. It had to be luck. All luck. There was still a chance I'd get it. The way I'd figured it, we started out with just about enough gas to get us back to Bill's station. When we hit that, the meter ought to show empty. The gas gauge was hidden from me by the rim of the steering wheel, but I was pretty sure I was right. I waited until I saw the red and green lights above Bill's pumps a block and a half away, and very slow and easy I slumped over for a peek at the gauge. I leaned just too far.
Sit up.
Huh? Oh, sure.
What now? What were you looking at?
I was just easing the crick out of my neck.
Yes, you was. You was looking at the dash. You what? Oh, so that's it, huh? Fresh out of gas.
Look, I just remembered.
Don't give me that. You knew it all along. From now on, you keep your hands on the wheel, Mac. But you leave me do the driving. Go on, turn in that filling station. Get high test gas and fill her up.
Hiya, Joe. Evening, Ellie. Oh, evening, sir.
Hello, Bill.
Bill?
Up to the top?
Yeah, Ethel.
Ethel it is. Oh, I hear you've been in the pictures.
Uh-huh.
These people know everybody in the whole valley.
We've lived here 30 years, from back when this was farmland. Of course, we know lots of people.
I don't like it. Get the gas and get out.
Hey, I was up to Miranda's for supper.
That right?
Boy, her chili gets better every time. Don't see how it can, but it does. Yeah, she's saving some for you. Said you'd be around after the show.
Miranda. Oh, my. I saw Miranda this afternoon and told her we'd be by for sure, Joe.
Oh?
That'll be $3.50 on the nose.
$3 and $50. Thanks, Bill.
Same to you.
What was all that about?
Nothing much.
Come on, I gotta ask you everything twice.
Miranda runs a drive-in up the road a ways. On show nights, we usually drop in for a carton of chili to take home.
I just hope she won't call home when we don't show up and get Annie all worried.
Wait a minute. Drive-in, you said?
Yeah.
And this Miranda could start checking on you.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that
They could call your Annie, and between the two of them, they'd have the cops on the lookout for you before midnight. Huh?
You're crazy.
Yeah, like a fox. I kept ahead of the buttons all this time by taking chances. We'll just pick up that chili.
You want me to go to Miranda's?
Why not? Leave Annie get a beauty sleep. They can cover a lot of ground before tomorrow morning. I ain't eating so good lately. I could use the food. With you and the missus to front for me, what's to worry about?
He was right about that. I went back to driving and praying. Miranda's place is one of those goldfish bowls, mostly glass, with light pouring out across the space marked for outside service, and music coming from the jukebox. She saw us pulling up, grabbed a quart carton off the back shelf, and hustled to the door.
Well, here you are, Ellie. I was just saying to Betsy, better fix up that chili, Betsy. It's about time Ellie and Joe was showing up, figuring the distance from Beverly Hills. Who's that in the back seat? Don't seem to recollect your face, young man, though anybody will tell you I never forget a face.
This is Mr. Anderson, Miranda. He just came out here from the east.
That a fact. Say, Joe, you plan to go straight up then to her home?
Why, sure.
Don't you do it. Go the back way, even if it does take longer. Of course, a brush fire between here and your place is out, but there's still 50, 60 men patrolling.
What's that?
Well, that ain't nothing to what's going on further out the valley. That new fire's clean out of control. Just a licking up hundreds of acres. They've been sending truckloads of firefighters past here all evening, and the road's blocked for miles.
The road is blocked?
Well, for miles, they tell me, and all them poor ranchers losing their homes. Being from the east, you wouldn't understand. But brush fires is awful things.
Yeah, thanks. We'll start moving. We take the back way to your house.
To our house? What's that? Oh, you staying with Ellie and Joe?
Yeah, until the road is until I can get into my own place. Well, what are we waiting for?
Night, Miranda.
Where am I? Be sure you come see me, Mr. Anderson. I'll be looking.
So there it was. We weren't going to the country. We weren't going to be left to rot at the foot of a cliff or buried deep in brush. No, we were going home. Home to the kids. And taking a murderer with us. I still couldn't see Ellie, but I could feel her tensing up, tight as a pulled drawstring.
Mr. Matrick, you didn't mean what you said, did you, about coming home with us?
You know a better place I can hide out till the road's open?
But it wouldn't be safe. We've got neighbors close all around. If somebody sees you...
Nobody will see me. Nobody better.
Joe, couldn't we get around the fire?
Yeah, that'd be better. We could try. There are other roads through the valley. Listen, Matrick, we'll nose around and find a way through.
Cut it out! You Heard the old biddy, 100 acres burning, firefighters, cops? Get off the highway. We're going home.
No, I won't have it. Joe, you stop the car right here.
Shut up.
You heard me, Joe. I won't have him in my house, not with Annie and Bud.
I said shut up.
Oh, for Lord's sake, Ellie.
It doesn't matter about us, but the kids, I won't let him touch them.
One word.
Don't stop.
Helen, hush.
Oh,
Don't
Joe.
say another thing. I'm sorry, honey, but Maverick's the boss. You got to do like he says.
That's telling. Sure, do like I say, and everything will be rosy. You got no call to worry about. The kids, I like kids. As long as nobody gives me the brush off. We'll wake them up as soon as we get home, and you and his Annie can fix up a chili supper for us. You'll have us a picnic. Then, as soon as the fire's out, we'll all take a trip to the country. Another picnic, huh?
You keep going. As long as you're breathing, you keep going. Even when it looks like there's no way out, you hang on by your toenails. We poked up and down those Black Valley streets that twist and turn and sometimes wind up in dead ends. Ellie stopped crying after a while. She slumped down with her head rolling on the seat back, limp as a rag doll with the stuffing leaked out. It took a long time, but it had to come to an end. I saw the bulk of the house moving up. There was light sneaking around the edges of the blinds up in Annie's room. She wasn't asleep after all. She'd be sitting up in bed, maybe plastering red stuff on her fingers and dreaming about the date with Mike. Bud's room was dark. He'd be wrapped in covers like a cocoon and dreaming. Whatever boys dream, I couldn't remember. I pulled up to the concrete walk I'd poured with my own hands before there was any Annie or Bud, and cut the lights. In a second or two, my eyes got used to the dark. I could make out the high hedge Ellie planted around the place and the roof rising up beyond it.
Out, missus. Face the house. Now you, Mac. Slide out same side. Stand beside her. Walk to the door. Slow, no funny business. I'm right behind you.
Look out, Johnny! Hold him, boys!
Okay, Mike, I got him. You all right, Uncle Joe? And Ellie?
Ellie, honey, are you all right?
All right, indeed. Smack slap on my face on a concrete walk and you falling on me.
Nothing wrong with her.
That's my girl.
Oh, well, don't just stand there. Help me up. I've got to get in the house before the kids come busting out here. I won't have them mixed up in this thing.
Well, how's he doing, boys?
Got him through the gun hand and the right shoulder. See? Lucky shot, Cop. You weren't lucky, it'd all be cold meat now. Maybe. Matrick, isn't it, Uncle Joe?
That's him. Miranda described him to you?
The old girl doesn't miss a trick. She even knew you were taking the back way home. You left a clear trail, Uncle Joe. Slick work.
I had to get him out of the car before the fireworks started. Ellie didn't stand a chance. She helped, though. Ellie catches on quick.
I'll bet she does.
A mean guy like Matrick, make him think you don't want to do something, and he'll break his neck doing it. I let on I was trying to run out of gas. That got us to Bill's. Then we both made it and made it out there was no sense going to Miranda's, so we get bullied into going to Miranda's. It was 1,000 to 1 she'd run off at the mouth about the brush fires and scare him into hiding out. After that, all Ellie had to do was turn on the hysterics. He was dead set on coming here.
You're a bright boy.
Right enough. You did all right, too, Mike. I was watching the rearview mirror all the time you were trailing us. But you never showed.
You knew I was there, though. When one officer starts double-talking another officer, he wants to know why. Officer? Double-talk? You never said a thing to him except I'd bought some place out here. The Charles place.
Poor old man Charles. In a tough spot and moving out for good.
What's wrong with that?
Matrick, didn't anybody ever tell you it wasn't smart to take up with strangers? Maybe I'd better introduce myself. The name's Charles. Joe Charles. Detective. Homicide. Tonight I was off duty and just taking my wife to a movie.
Through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.